Good morning, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the International Symposium on Forests and Food 2022. With the title Forests and Food, the Challenge and Opportunities. This symposium is co-hosted by FAO, the Partnership in Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, and Korean Society of Forest Science. My name is Mi-sun Park, the Associate Professor, the Graduate School of International Agricultural Technology from Seoul National University. As an organizing committee chair, I will moderate the morning session. Before starting this conference, I confirm that we will follow COVID-19, the control regulation. I ask you for wearing your mask at the symposium hall. And one more important thing is please turn your phone on vibrate. This symposium has a hybrid format, the on-site symposium at the Seoul National University and online symposium through Zoom and YouTube channel. YouTube channel serves only English language. The on-site symposium and Zoom symposium provide Korean English translation service. It is simultaneous service. You can select the preferred language, number 1, the Korean, the number 3, English, just for on-site symposium, the participants. Then I'd like to introduce this international symposium background briefly. The forest ecosystem provides the multiple service, the provisioning, the regulating, supporting, and cultural service. In particular, the forests and trees play a significant role in food production and nutrition as one part of the provisioning service. The non-timber forest products, such as wild vegetable, the mushroom, and the fruits, are useful food at the global society, and it is a vital income source for forest communities. Globally, the lowest and median approximation of non-timber forest product user is 3.5 million and 5.76 billion. The agroforestry adopted for combining tree management and cultivation of food crops contribute to food supply in many countries. As the title indicates, this symposium focuses on forest contribution to the food security. We will share our knowledge at the global, the national, the local level in using and managing the practice related to forests and food, including non-timber forest products and agroforestry. The Korean Society of Forest Science and FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea offers this platform to address the role of the forest on enhancing food security. This symposium consists of 2 main sessions on presentation and the panel discussion. In the morning session, we will diagnose the current status, the policy, and strategy of non-timber forest products. In the afternoon session, we will look for opportunities in the trade and the market of non-timber forest products. Then now, for starting this symposium, I'd like to invite Mr. Sheng Yao Tang, FAO representative, head of FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, for his opening address. Please welcome him with a big applause. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Professor Gang, Vice President of Korea Society of Forest Science, Professor Swin from Korea University, and Professor Sunderland from the University of British Columbia, and he will give us a keynote presentation. Dear Mr. An, Director of KFS, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, It's my great honor and pleasure to be here with you today. To start with, I'd like to express on behalf of the FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea to express my sincere thanks to all the participants who can take your time and come here to attend this important event. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Korea Society of Forestry Science to co-organize such an important event and address the emerging challenges for food security and forest. I would also like to express my deep appreciation and gratitude to all the participants, presenters, and panelists, either physically here or virtually online. Thank you all for all your time you have taken for this event. Dear participants, the world food security is not optimistic at all due to a number of challenges. First is the recurrent COVID-19 pandemic, which has disrupted the food supply and trade chain. Secondly, we have long-lasting challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, and economic slowdown, among others. Thirdly, we have the Ukraine-Russian conflict. So all those challenges have added great or some bad impact on world food security. If I may share with you, last year, there were 829 million people suffered from hunger and malnutrition. There were more than 300 million people who couldn't afford to have a healthy diet, which is only $3.78 US per day per person. Now, in this region, in Asia and the Pacific, we don't have a very good situation for food security. Last year, there were 425 million people suffered from hunger. So the world food security is not optimistic at all. We are actually off track for 2030 agenda. So we need to act more for every country, every agency, and also each individual. If we could work together, we can build back, and we can build back better. I don't know where I am now. But anyway, now in this regard, forest and forest people can do much more for all those. The potential of forests to help mitigate the impact of global challenges has become more critical than ever before. The 2022 State of World Forest Report of FAO offered 3 concrete and interconnected solutions to generate sustainable economic and social benefits for countries and their rural communities, help sustainably meet increasing global demand for materials, and address environmental challenges through forests. First, halting deforestation and maintaining forests as key to tackling climate crisis by both cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 14%, and safeguarding more than half the Earth's terrestrial biodiversity. Second, restoring degraded lands and expanding agroforestry to make the planet greener, restoring productive capacities, and improving ecosystem resilience. Increasing tree cover could raise economic sustainability, which is essential to boost food productivity to meet growing demands. Third, sustainably using forests and building green value chains. Wood and bushes are valuable renewable resources and are an important source of carbon neutral and even carbon positive materials. And they are important water saving solutions. With the increased challenges of food insecurity, the importance of understanding and enhancing the multiple linkages between the agriculture and the forestry sectors has been emphasized, and the need to achieve better synergies between the two sectors through intersectoral approaches for more sustainable agri-food systems has been underscored. Along the line, the role of FAO on leading relevant international and regional fora by promoting open dialogues on enhancing and promoting sustainable agri-food systems and working with various partners to upscale synergies between agriculture and forestry has become more important as well. More specifically, forests have an important role in enhancing food security. Forests also have a big role in improving nutrition. Yesterday, I met the president of KOFPI, President Lee Gang-ho of Korea Institute for Promotion of Forest Institute, KOFPI. And we referred to the importance for people to have forest products, not only for food security, but also for health and therapy purposes. Along the line, I'm delighted to have numerous experts in the field of forestry at today's symposium to share insights and experience learned on the current status of longwood forest products and relevant market and trade with presenters and panelists, ranging from government and public sectors to academia, research institute, civil society, and international organizations. Dear participants, as you know, the Republic of Korea, as a country with advanced technologies and successful restoration experience, highly values its forests for their important ecosystem services and for health and recreation, and have rich experience to share with the global community. The 15th World Forestry Congress, held from 2nd to the 6th of May in Seoul, served as a very good platform for 15,000 participants from over 160 countries to discuss the essential role of forest in the global sustainable development agenda, and identified key measures and recommendations for enhancing its roles and impacts. I strongly believe that it was another milestone of how FAO and RK can cooperate to contribute to the world's sustainable forest management, forest and landscape restoration, forest disaster prevention and control, among others. The FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea has been working with all forest stakeholders in RK to share its good experience and practices to benefit developing countries and the world as a whole. To achieve FAO's new aspiration of 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. In this connection, I'm confident that today's symposium will serve as a great opportunity to promote the important role of forests and their social, economic, and environment benefits and impacts, including as a contribution to achieve SDGs and global forest goals while addressing emerging global challenges for food and agriculture, including forests. Finally, I wish all of you to have valuable discussions and outcomes, and I wish the symposium a great success. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Tang for your address. Then I'd like to invite Professor Kyu-seok Kang, the Vice President of the Korean Society of Forest Science. He's also Professor of the Department of Forest Science at Seoul National University. Please welcome him with a big applause.
Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished participants, good morning. And it's my privilege to give my welcome address on this international symposium. Let me start by extending my warmest welcome to everyone who are here and also join online at this international symposium on forest and food challenges and opportunities. I think it's challenges and it's also opportunities to discuss about these forest and food issues. And the Korea Society of Forest Sciences, we are very proud to co-host these international symposiums with FAO partnerships and liaisons office in the Republic of Korea. And first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Sheng Yao Tang, the representative of FAO partnerships and the liaison office at the Republic of Korea, for co-organizing this international symposium. Also for your nice and excellent opening speeches, very nice. And also I thank you very much, Professor Kim. I don't know, he is here, but online, okay, yeah. And Jugon Kim, he is Dean of Graduate School of International Agricultural Technology from Seoul National University, for giving his congratulatory remarks. And also I thank you, Professor Terry Sunderland from UBC, also he's online, okay. And thank you so much for your keynote speech. And I think this keynote speech is based on his excellent experience on forest and food security. And as well, I thank all speakers and panelists, chairs, and all participants on site, also online. And Professor Liu from University of Tokyo, and also Professor Son, and he is a former president of our Korea Society of Forest Sciences, and also some other students and young generations. And in forestry, timber productions and trades are dominant. Also, non-timber forest products such as mushrooms and wild vegetables, significant food security food resources to rural communities. However, they have gained less attention in forest policies, I think. So the value of these non-timber forest products needs to be assessed and recognized in the market. And sustainable production of non-timber forest products could be performed in the process of sustainable forest management. Based on this context, this symposium is very invaluable to provide us with the communication platforms which present the ideas and perspectives and solutions for facilitating sustainable productions and consumption of non-timber forest products. And in particular, undergraduate and graduate students from our university, they are participating in this symposium. So this symposium will contribute to the better understanding of sustainable of non-timber forest products by young generations. And the Korea Society of Forest Science will continue to support these communications among researchers and governmental agencies, NGOs, as well as also young generations. I hope Korea Society of Forest Science and FAO partnerships and Liaison's Office of the Republic of Korea, we are all cooperate further for global community forward sustainability. Before closing my address, I would like to conclude by once again welcoming you to this symposium on forests and food, and also I look forward to constructive discussions and insight. Thank you so much.
Yes, I thank Professor Kang for your address. So now I invite Professor Jugon Kim, Dean of Graduate School of International Agricultural Technology through Zoom. Yes, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Jugon, a Dean of Graduate School of International Agricultural Technology from Seoul National University. I'd like to congratulate FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in Republic of Korea and Korea Society of Forest Science for this International Symposium on Forest and Food 2022 Challenges and Opportunities. I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Sheng Yao Tang, representative of FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in Republic of Korea, and Professor Kang Kyu-seok, Vice President of Korea Society of Forest Science, and keynote speaker Terry Sunderland from University of British Columbia, and other speakers and panelists for sharing time to be part of this event. Food security is top priority, not only for our present generation, but also for future generation. Forest products are used as important food resources worldwide. As Mr. Kang mentioned in his speech, forest products such as wild vegetables and mushrooms are food that supplement nutrients such as vitamins and minerals. And at the same time, those are crops that can generate income for people in forest communities. Considering the economic and social importance of forest products, it is crucial to scientifically prove the value and function of forest products as food resources and to establish market and system that can support its sustainable production and consumption. The Graduate School of International Agricultural Technology from Seoul National University conducted a study on development of wild ginseng industry as a part of a mutual coexistence program based on support from Korea Forest Service in 2020. 10 graduate school professors participated and analyzed the domestic and foreign wild ginseng market and its system, as well as the ingredients of wild ginseng and suggested way to commercialize it. It is hoped that further research on such forest products will be expanded in the future. Graduate School of International Agriculture Technology from Seoul National University will join in such a discussion, research, and education in the future. This international symposium is a forum for discussing the value of forest products as a food resources and discovering its opportunity. Once again, I hope this will be the meaningful venue to have a fruitful discussion. I wish you good health and happiness. Thank you.
I thank Professor Kim for your address. So now we can go to the next step. But before starting the keynote speech, I'd like to let you know this symposium is committed to reduce paper consumption. We have no the published version of a proceeding, but the online in the Zoom, you can have the channel link that you can download the proceeding, and we will provide all participants with the printed, no printed version and PDF version of a proceeding. Then for this symposium, we have a keynote speech with the title, The Forest, Food, and Health. The Mr. Shang Yao Tang mentioned the health issues, the linking with the forest and food. The Professor Terry Sunderland will give a keynote speech. He's a professor of tropical forestry and food security at the Faculty of Forestry, the University of British Columbia in Canada. He has spent many years working in the tropic, primarily the West Central Africa and Southeast Asia, with the Center for International Forest Research. His work focuses on sustainable landscape management, the livelihood, and food security. He holds a master's degree in forestry from the University of Oxford and a PhD from University College London. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for the invitation. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in Seoul. It's quite a difference. Well, not only time difference, a very long way to travel for a one-day meeting. But I am very appreciative of the chance to be able to share my perspectives on forest, food, and health with you this afternoon. It's actually the 14th of November here, so 14 hours behind you guys. So I'm going to share around 15 years of work on forest, food, and health linkages. And I hope that I'm going to come from the perspective of mostly focusing on the tropics, which is where my experience is, but it's also where many of these issues play out in complex landscapes. So food security, we know, is the full definition, which was agreed upon at the World Food Summit. We're all very aware of this. It's just a reminder. But one thing I'd like to talk about is how, for much of human society and the human history, we've been hunter-gatherers. We haven't relied on sedentary agriculture at all. We've relied on forest resources. We've foraged for our food. And this is a significant amount of time. 300,000 years hominids have been gathering food and other products from forests and other wildlands. And we've evolved, obviously, only recently, the last 12,000 years, into the agriculture that we recognize today. So we know that there are many forest proximate people, particularly in Europe and Southeast Asia and Africa, Latin America, and the eastern seaboard of North America. And forest proximity doesn't necessarily relate to forest dependence, but in much of the tropics it does. Many of the countries in the tropics, people are heavily reliant on basic resources, food, water, ecosystem services, and you can see that dependence mapped here in a recent paper published last year. But how do we go from this forest dependence and our long history of being hunter-gatherers to this, where we have a strong division between commercial agriculture and sustainable forestry and conservation? So essentially around 12,000 years ago, the ice age ended, the last ice age ended, and we hit a period of relative sort of climatic stability, which enabled the agricultural revolution to begin. Small bands of hunter-gatherers started to become sedentary, domesticate plants and animals. And over the last 12,000 years or so, we've used many, many different plant species and animal species for human nutrition and health. But there has been a major shift towards, a global shift towards dietary simplification, and particularly around 1900, where mechanization of agriculture became much more important. So the genetic base of our agriculture today is extremely narrow. Only 12 plant crops and 14 animal species provide almost exclusively the majority of the world's dietary needs. And the three grains, wheat, rice, and maize, represent more than 50% of global energy intake. That's significant. So our current global food system has been described on occasion as broken. It's not fit for purpose. We are indeed, though, producing more food ever before in human history, but these are based on calories, and I'll come back to that in a second. So bulk calories are the current focus of our food system. Much of our food is wasted. We know that food waste occurs up to about 30%, 33%, so a third of our food is not eaten and ends up in rotten or in dumped somewhere. There are very strong inequities in the global food system. Food sovereignty is an issue. Some people have access to food and some people don't, for various reasons. And we've undergone a dietary shift from primary plant-based complex carbohydrates, which are low in fats, to commodity crops high in fats, oils, sugars, meats, and refined carbohydrates. A very significant shift, which I'm going to talk about in a second as well. The food systems themselves have become incredibly simplified. As I mentioned, the genetic base is very narrow. And these dietary transitions have largely been driven by increased purchasing power and urbanization. This is a great paper that came out about 3 weeks ago. It really describes how our global food systems transitions have enabled affordable diets, which is obviously a desirable thing, but have had less favorable outcomes for nutrition, environmental health, and inclusion and equity. So issues of food sovereignty there. And this is a really nice graphic, which I think illustrates some of the planetary boundaries that we're currently overshooting. 2 billion people worldwide still suffer a deficiency of micronutrients. Over 820 million people still remain hungry. 2 billion people, mostly adults, are overweight or obese. So we have, again, this feast or famine. Some people don't have enough to eat, some people have too much. And the environmental impact is significant of agriculture. I'm going to talk about that also in a second. So the effect of these dietary transitions is summarized a little bit in that previous diagram, but we know that more than 800 million people and 200 million children are actually underweight, so undernourished. More than 2 billion people experience food insecurity each year in some way, through crop losses, climatic changes, etc. Again, emphasizing this imbalance between food insecurity and undernourishment to overnourishment in terms of people being overweight and obese, which has led to major increases in diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, etc. Major elements of environmental degradation and greenhouse gas emissions, and the increased vulnerability of our simplified food systems to climate change, pests and diseases, and market forces. Just the references that can be cited there. So just to expand on the environmental impacts, we know that agricultural expansion is responsible for 40% of the permanent forest loss. So this means forests that will never become forest again, will never grow back, and is converted for permanent use for commodities, primarily oil palm, soy, and cattle, and other high-yielding commodities. We know that up to 70% of the world's water is appropriated for agricultural systems, both crops and livestock. And soil erosion is a huge issue, and currently exceeds soil formation. And agriculture accounts for a significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions, and with still a heavy reliance on fossil fuels for machinery, for fertilizers, etc. And this needs to change clearly. So in terms of the contributions of forest to food security, we have direct contributions, so bushmeat, wild fruits, and other forest source foods, which are often rich in micronutrients. both of subsistence use, but also safety nets. So providing foodstuffs and nutrition when agricultural systems fail, for example, or during lean periods. In terms of providing land for Sweden agriculture, managing forests for food, I'm going to talk about that in a bit more detail. And the indirect contributions are ecosystem services. Again, I'm going to talk about this in the subsequent slide. And forest generated income from the sale of forest products, particularly NTFPs and timber, to purchase food items from markets and the inputs needed for agricultural production. More indirect contributions are fodder for livestock and wood for energy and cooking. And up to 2 billion people rely on wood and other wood products such as charcoal for cooking and sterilizing water for drinking. So in terms of the direct provision of food, we know that although less than 1% of the global energy supply is provided by forest foods, these are incredibly nutrient-rich and nutrient-dense and play an important contribution to dietary quality and diversity. For other protein sources other than livestock are extremely important. Bushmeat, fish, and insects are very important in the absence of other protein sources. And again, the direct provision of food is really important for the provision of a safety net, making sure people have access to foodstuffs in times of environmental or economic crisis. So one aspect I want to highlight here is that so much of the early work we did on forest and food security showed a very strong correlation between the dietary diversity of children living near forests, and found that they were better than those living in less forested landscapes because of the access to wild foods. And crucially, this is independent of poverty. So even households that are relatively poor can have access to diets that are diverse and nutritious. And we found that pattern in 23 different countries in Africa, and we also found it across the Indonesian archipelago. So we found this relationship, a very strong relationship, in two different areas of the world, but showing the same patterns and process of dietary diversity being contributed to through proximity to forested landscapes. So I coordinate a working group for the FLARE group, Forest Livelihoods and Research group. This working group is essentially looking at how forests sustain agriculture through various ways, and was based on a systematic review looking at how ecosystem services provided by trees, forests and trees contribute to food production and livelihoods in the tropics. And some really good examples, obviously there's pollination services. We know that complex pollination of oil palm in Southeast Asia was only able to happen because of the introduction of the thrip from Cameroon, its native state, and that thrip relies on forest and tree areas to overnight in. So the further away you get from forests and trees, oil palm yields tend to diminish with it in the absence of the thrip. Cocoa and coffee grown under a canopy have less incidences of pest disease, pest infestations and other diseases. Water regulation, watershed protection is extremely important for these goods and services. And climate regulation, I'm going to talk about the impact of that on wheat production in Central Africa in a second as well. So we need to know, how does our landscape configuration, how the complex landscapes that we're working in, how are they configured to provide both goods and services for forestry and also for food production? And that is a current challenge that's happening quite a lot in the tropics at the moment. To talk about some specific studies, there's some work done by the Maize and Wheat Center, CIMMYT, which looked at the impact of the proximity of wheat to forests and trees, and found that microproteins such as zinc, iron, magnesium, the concentrations were much higher in fields that had trees and forests in close proximity. And in fact, the yields were higher because of climate regulation. And the secret is very much in the soil, as it says there. Another great example is, this is fall armyworm. It was introduced to West Africa a few years ago, has now spread to Southern Africa. It's a major pest on maize, particularly in Southern Africa, and is creating absolute chaos to the harvest of maize in Southern Africa. But we found that forest proximity to maize fields does mitigate fall armyworm infestations through predation. And we're not sure if that predation is birds, bats, or other parasitoids. It just shows the importance of forests in an oblique way, that there's a more nuanced understanding of how forests and trees contribute to agricultural production. Managing forests for food. This is some work that was done with Christine Paddock a few years ago when I was at Seoul, understanding how forests can be managed specifically for food. And there's some really interesting examples. Sweden agriculture is a fantastic example. The temporary transformation of forests into agricultural fields, which are then abandoned and laid fallow. The first one is from Bangladesh, this one is from Vietnam, and you can see the area cleared there for upland rice, and the same here in Mondulkiri in Cambodia. And many of these patchwork mosaics of different land uses actually increase biodiversity within these landscapes because of the different niche partitions created by different aged vegetation successions. So here in British Columbia, there's been some fantastic studies looking at how indigenous land use has basically managed forests for food, which was never really understood before. But by understanding plant trait diversity, the domesticated approach, if you like, shows that areas that were previously thought of as wild lands were in fact heavily managed for food. And so early colonists didn't understand this. They didn't understand that the complexity of these forests was actually due to the management of these areas for production systems by indigenous peoples and First Nations. And this is something that we're trying to get people to understand and rethink their relationship with forests here, rather than just being areas of timber production. So saying all this, we know that forests and trees and tropical landscapes are extremely important for human livelihoods, and now we know for human nutrition. But we're still committed as a global society to set aside large areas of these lands for protected areas. The HE targets propose 17% of terrestrial and 10% of coastal marine areas should be protected. There's the Half Earth Initiative, which is suggesting that we should protect at least 50% of the Earth's terrestrial systems. And then there's a 30 by 30 initiative, which is basically countries committing to protect 30% of Earth's land and oceans. But how does that happen when we don't think we're living in pristine wildernesses? And in fact, those protected areas, the areas being proposed as wilderness, are in fact the result of manipulation and management by people during the domestication process for managing forests for food. And we know that's the case for the Amazon forest. And these papers unequivocally show huge amounts of evidence for that. It's the same in the Congo Basin, it's the same in Indonesia, where I've worked for many years. But we also need to understand that the right to food is a basic human right. So I've anonymized this, but this was a tweet that went out a few years ago in 2017, which showed a hunter who was out basically catching wildlife, a duiker and a porcupine, or two duikers and a porcupine. These are animals that are not protected and are highly fecund, but his access was restricted. Now, often these things don't reach the global social media platforms that you see here, but this is an everyday occurrence for people who are trying to feed their families. So we need to balance this need for sustainable use and also the protection of biodiversity at the same time. So food is a basic human right. It's enshrined in the UN Charter of Human Rights, and we're trying to untangle some of these issues in terms of understanding how we can balance forest conservation rights and diets. So one thing I always say to my students is, okay, all this evidence is great, but so what? And so I want to just highlight two very important global processes that I've been involved in. The first was the UFO Global Forest Expert Panel report that was published in 2015, which essentially, excuse me, highlighted how important forest, trees, and landscapes can and must be an integral part of the solution to achieve global food security. And the second one was a report commissioned by the UN's Committee on World Food Security, the CFS, which I actually chaired. And it's a great process to go through. You talk to many stakeholders, including governments, as you're generating evidence to show the importance of forests and trees for food security and nutrition. But there seems to be a policy gap between these types of processes and getting action on the ground for trees and forests to be really integrated into forest and food security initiatives. So really the UFO report was really trying to get the forestry community to understand the importance of forest management for food security and nutrition. And the CFS report, the Committee on World Food Security, was trying to get the nutrition and food security community to understand the role of forest food security. So we've got these disparate communities that never really speak to each other, but we're trying to get them to, excuse me, understand how we can integrate that knowledge and influence the policy arena, particularly in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. And SDG 2 is basically about zero hunger, and we need to achieve that in a sustainable, manageable, and equitable way. Just recently, the Committee on Forests in Rome produced a discussion paper on agriculture and forestry linkages. I feel it could have gone into much deeper detail about the importance of ecosystem services that forests and forest-related communities provide. But there's a statement that's in there mentioning ecosystem services for agriculture. But there's also a major role for smallholder farmers. Excuse me. Smallholder systems produce a significant amount of food globally, whether it's between 30 to 80%, we're not quite sure because of the difficulty in recording such data. They reproduce a wide variety of products, which are often resilient against both economic and environmental shocks. And there's very little or no support for such smallholders. There's no subsidies as there are for farmers in the north, global north. And the lack of subsidies is a real issue. So they really struggle to maintain these food systems. But these smallholder farmers are perhaps the way forward in understanding how we can conserve some of these landscapes through sustainable use, and particularly through integrated land use of forestry and agriculture being integrated into more sustainable landscapes. And they're often responsible for the conservation of agrobiodiversity. There's huge repositories of agrobiodiversity are in these smallholder farming systems. So there's a really nice blog from ICRAF, the World Agroforestry Center, how trees can rescue our diets in failing food systems. And we recently produced a paper, this came out this year actually, how you can transform food systems with trees and forests. And it's not to say that forests or trees can replace the wheat fields of Saskatchewan or the extensive wheat fields of Ukraine or anywhere else. We're saying that there's a contribution, they can play a major contribution to assisting into providing for more sustainable and equitable food systems. But there's also the health issues. We know that there's a lot of spillover from disease at the forest frontier as agriculture penetrates even further into the forests. There's some dispute and debate, as we know, about whether COVID-19 was the result of a spillover event. But certainly Ebola, HIV, AIDS, Zika virus, many of our current diseases did actually result from the spillover from the forest frontier, from an animal host to a human host. And we see in certain circumstances, deforestation increases in Brazil, then so does malaria and instances of other insect-borne diseases. And there's strong evidence that show that human health is inextricably interlinked with deforestation. And we know that deforestation can make pandemics more likely based on the COVID-19 experience. And even agronomists, this is written by two colleagues of mine who are agronomists, and they recognize that agriculture is a major driver of biodiversity loss and suggest that we need to have a much more thought out and nuanced understanding of how we can maintain a global agricultural system to prevent such pandemics in the future. I just want to commend the Republic of Korea, and I will say this because I use this as a teaching resource. That my students always want to know case studies and case studies that show successes of integrating food security, sustainable livelihoods. And this document that was published by FAO is a really good summary of, and a nice short summary that students like to read on how you can achieve food security, sustainable livelihoods, and increase forest cover at the same time. So again, I commend the Republic of Korea for being such, for the dedication to this topic, to food security, forests in an integrated way. So key messages on forests and food, essentially, we know that agricultural expansion into the forest frontier needs to be halted. We've got numerous global agreements in place. The COP26 declaration in Glasgow, for example, last year, zero deforestation and deforestation halted by 2030. We're nowhere near close to achieving that target. We know that diverse forests and tree-based production systems are better because they're more adaptive and they're more resilient, particularly against climate change and other shocks. There are many ecosystem services provided by forests and trees that support food production, nutrition, environmental and human health. And we really want to think about managing landscapes on a multifunctional basis, not just agriculture alone or forestry alone. We need to understand how we can integrate these systems to contribute to both food and nutritional security and really enhancing the value of ecosystem services. And as I said earlier, forests and trees alone will not achieve global food security, but they can play a part. And the discourse is starting to change. And events like this are a really good example about how that discourse is changing. And again, you should be congratulated for organizing such an interesting meeting. So I'm going to end by coming full circle on the hunter-gatherer issue that I raised initially. So John Gowdy, I don't know who he is, but I read this paper one Friday afternoon, and I couldn't stop thinking about it all weekend. And basically, what he's saying is, for 300,000 years, we lived as hunter-gatherer societies. As we emerged from the last ice age, we had an unprecedented period of climatic stability, a period where agriculture became possible. But as we move towards a transition towards higher temperatures, and the model suggests it could be anything from 5 to 8 to 9 degrees increases, way beyond the 1.5 or the 2 degree commitments made in Paris, that agriculture is not, in the same way that we think of it today, is not going to be possible. So he suggests, in a rather probably provocative way, that we will end up being hunter-gatherers again in systems which are going to be characterized by dramatic climate change. We're already seeing how our climates are changing for the worse. And as we see that COP27 is on, 27, that's almost 30 years of discussions. So COP27 is on in Sharm el-Sheikh. There's a lot of pressure for people to realize that we're not going to achieve the 1.5 degree climate target, but what are we going to be able to achieve? Because if we don't achieve a securing of and lowering of temperatures in the next 10, 20, 50 years, the climate and agriculture relationship that we understand at present is not going to be possible. So what will be the future of humanity if that's the case? What's the future of agriculture and our ability to feed? And I understand today we've reached 8 billion people. That's a lot of people to feed. How are we going to do it in a very, very unstable climatic system? And after 27 years, one of the accusations, of course, is we've been speaking a lot, but there's been a lot of blah, blah, blah. We kind of need action now. The time is right for action. So I'm going to thank you very much for allowing me to speak and share my views. And I really appreciate the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Terry. Thank you, Terry. Now we have a great background for discussing the agenda on forest, food, and health. Thank you very much again. Then now we will start the session on understanding the status of non-timber forest products for food security. We have 3 speakers. I will give all speakers 20 minutes for presenting, but please keep presentation time. The first speaker is Dr. Ilyas Animan. He is a forestry officer of FAO, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. He will give a presentation about the regional forest and landscape restoration strategy and food security. He's now online. Ilyas, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, please start. You can share.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Park, and hello, colleagues. Greetings from Bangkok. I'm a forestry officer working in FAO of the United Nations. So let me give you a bit of a context of this talk, as well as the FLR strategy, the forest and landscape restoration strategy, and then conclude with the forest and landscape restoration for food security. So hope most of you in this call heard about the tragedy of the commons. And in simple terms, it means that the individual users having open access, but no coordinated action could deplete their resource base. This is especially relevant when we talk of different value systems not shared by all. Let me tell you a story which I read years ago about the people, the Bishnoi communities who live in the deserts of Rajasthan in India. 300 years ago, the king of Jodhpur sent his people to cut the trees to build his new palace. It didn't go well, unfortunately. A lady in the village called Amrita Devi hugged the trees and defended cutting the trees. Can you imagine what happened? Amrita Devi and other women and children were chopped off, sadly, along with the trees. Not one, not two, not three, more than 363 people. A memorial still reportedly stands in the village to remind this tragedy, a bit different from the tragedy of the commons we know. Well, there are several examples of these kind of commitments to nature by the communities around the world. But many of us also messed up somehow our environment with unsustainable development. And that's why we have a lot more discussions about climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, poverty, hunger, etc. There's no shortage of such challenges. So we are responsible for most of them, and we are the people to find the solutions too. As said by wise people, it's hard to predict the future. We are not astrologers, not easy at all. But we can invent it, especially when the world population is growing at a very high rate and many people go to bed hungry every day. And our health is at stake without a more meaningful and comprehensive One Health approach. For that, we need to have kind of clear understanding of the direction and the speed. And we know that the world population is going to reach around 10 billion in 2050. And we need a way lot more agricultural outputs. And we know that healthy diets are unaffordable for large number of people in the world. And the same here in the Asia-Pacific region, where the population is growing at a faster rate and also increasingly getting urbanized. That's why modernizing our agriculture production systems becomes even more relevant. And we know, as noted by FAO, that our system lack integration, optimization, diversification, and innovation. Let's take diversification, for example. We know that we rely 75% of the world food just on 12 plant and 5 animal species. That's why we need to identify and use more neglected and underused species. To put it simply, we have to move away from the business as usual approach and embrace a more holistic and integrated agri-food system approach. So that's why we have to think more sectoral as well as system-wide thinking. We need to have that. As quoted in the slide, we cannot solve the problems with the same thinking that created it. And the question here is, can we transform ourselves? Can we change our institutions? Can we make all actors think like system practitioners? Let's be positive. As you see here, in FAO, we talk a lot nowadays about achieving 4 betters together, leaving no one behind. Better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. You see, at the center of this circle, food security, poverty, and inequality, and it's surrounded by 5 P's: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. As a forester, I would put forests at the center of the agri-ecosystem, agri-food system. Why? Because as Terry said, we all started from there. Perhaps it was one of the first supermarket in history for us. As we grew, so grew our needs and wants grew sometimes even than needs, and diversified. It even reached the greed level. So it's high time that we fix by following some common and shared principles. And as Terry said, food is the basic need and the right of the people. And we are working on ensuring the right to food and also the dignity to the people. So we need to think and act more carefully. As widely discussed now, we need to examine what we eat, what influences our choices, and how the food we eat is produced and distributed among different societal groups. This is even more important during shocks and crises. We feared the recent health crisis turning as a food crisis. Now we discuss the 5-factor crisis: food, feed, fuel, fertilizer, and finance. If we want to address these, we need to get back to the basics. Crisis is indeed an opportunity not to be wasted with the bold decisions as well. And this is high time that we take bold actions to reduce the competition between forestry and agricultural sectors, as mentioned by Terry before, and also enhance the complementarities and ensure that we have wood and food security together. So there is no wonder that the 3rd Forest Sector Outlook study in the Asia Pacific has put for achieving the aspirational scenarios, we need to commit sufficient resources for landscape approaches, and also to put more emphasis on forest quality and restoration. Thus, the direction is clear. Such concerted actions are essential to realize our aspirations. Let it be on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or let it be on the 6 Global Forest Goals, or let it be on the Climate Change or Biodiversity Goals, or let it be on the Ecosystem Restoration Decade or the Family Farming Restoration, Family Farming Decade. We need to go beyond paying lip service to put on track the lagging SDGs and other goals. So this is most applicable for the restoration of degraded forests and landscapes. This is highly relevant today than ever before. We should capitalize on the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. It's a great opportunity indeed for improving food security, the key topic that we discussed today as an opportunity. Colleagues, it's now or never. We have a lot to do, and together, as we have over 2 billion hectares to fix globally and 500 million hectares regionally, let's aim to pay back to the Mother Nature by restoring the scars and wounds that created by us. And the regional forest and landscape restoration strategy and action plan is a handy guide for this. Let me go a bit deep into it. So the regional strategy and action plan for forest and landscape restoration has been endorsed by the Asia Pacific Forestry Commission that has 34 member countries in the region. It adopts a wider definition of restoration. There is a wide set of options across conservation and production landscapes, like planted forest, agroforestry, improved fallow, coastal restoration and mangroves, watershed protection, urban forest, etc. But our efforts shouldn't be scattered as the wildflowers here and there. That's why we shape a regional programmatic approach or a framework now for advancing meaningful and impactful forest and landscape restoration in Asia. This is building on the 6 strategic priorities in the strategy, as you see in the slide. We have several ongoing initiatives, related to food security and FLR as well as forest. And this is also going to be more and more coming, in the weeks and months. We have been working on a discussion paper with a large number of experts to examine health, wildlife, and livelihood nexus, focusing mostly on the food security of the indigenous peoples. As you know, this region has most of the global indigenous peoples who reside in this region. But we don't know how the forest and landscape support their food security. And here, the wildlife restoration becomes even more important. We have been implementing the project for scaling up forest and landscape restoration in 7 hand-in-hand initiative countries in Asia. Again, hand-in-hand initiative is primarily targeting or addressing poverty and food security issues. We have a lot of other projects. For want of time, I'm not going into the details of that. Obviously, FLR is not just for food security, but for several benefits, including climate change and biodiversity benefits. Since our discussion today is about food security, let's zoom in a bit towards FLR for food security. As we all agree, any landscape is a mosaic of diverse social and ecological elements, and FLR can be multifunctional. For example, FLR could contribute to all pillars of food security: availability, access, utilization, and stability. For example, FLR could provide a variety of non-timber products like mushrooms, honey, fruits, fish, meat, etc. across seasons. FLR could enhance income to purchase food or capacity to produce in restored landscapes. FLR could help process the food, for example, fuel wood for cooking. FLR enhances the resource base and serves as an insurance during shocks and crises. It ensures short food supply chains without huge disruptions during crisis. In other words, FLR helps in diversification of species in landscapes. This improves wild foods availability, both plants and animals. This also enhances dietary diversity within a short supply chain. It's climate smarter. It enhances production of ecosystem services and associated value chains that increases the household income. This improves further the physical and economic access to medicines and healthy food that they need. We know food security is only possible when the food available is safe. FLR increases good fuel availability. That means cooked food and safe boiled water. It also means more manure to croplands if dung is not used as a fuel, for example. It also implies the time saved in collecting the fuel wood from far-off places and investing that time for families' well-being. It also implies the increased medicinal plants diversity and its availability, because most of these medicinal plants come from the wild. And all these are relevant to billions of marginalized and vulnerable forest-dependent people. That doesn't stop there. As Terry mentioned, FLR helps address the climate change that has cascading effects on food security, and it helps adapt with the climate change. It also helps keep our biodiverse forest more intact by meeting several needs outside the forest. As we know, forest is a home to most of the plants and animals on Earth, and we need them, and we need to keep them there for our own survival. FLR also means water availability and pollination services for agriculture, and the list goes on. That's all good, but let's get back to the theme of the session, understanding the status of non-timber products for food security. Do we know how many people in this region, especially the indigenous peoples, rely on forests and landscapes for food security? We are increasingly understanding such systems, as Terry mentioned before. Do we know adequately, or we adequately capture or systematically capture food consumption data on wild forest and neglected or underused species? Well, the good thing is that there is ongoing discussion and we may find these data more. This is very important to make a decision on where our actions are best needed. Whatever it is, we have a basket of options to select from: food and medicinal forest, urban forest, agroforest, backyard forest, fruit forest, fuel wood or fodder banks, etc. So we should work towards a paradigm shift. Yes, the agri-food systems are complex, but let's try to embrace that complexity. Let's embrace opportunities for adaptive FLR with a system view as per the needs and circumstances of the variety of stakeholders across landscapes. Let's enhance more active private sector and community engagement in FLR. And let's accelerate sustainable use of forest products and their value chains, as we heard in the last session of Committee on Forestry, in which I would say Republic of Korea is a shining example on FLR as well as the value chains. We need several pathways for system transformation. We need to improve the policies. Especially, we have to go beyond talks and ensure cross-sectoral approaches that goes beyond talks or intentions. We need to improve the incentive structure to restore degraded areas and maintain ecosystem services. Incentives can be anything, including the provision of alternate livelihoods that reduces the reliance on degraded lands. For example, we are, in our project, we give cook stoves or support with the backyard poultry in Afghanistan. We need to improve the access to good planting material, data, knowledge, markets, and innovations and technologies. We need to promote better management practices, which are biodiversity and climate smart oriented. We need to communicate better success stories to inspire further actions. We need to effectively inform the decision makers with the reliable data and analysis on the multifaceted impacts of restoration to strengthen the business case. We need to enhance the capacity of smallholders to access financing. We need to help them to organize better and prepare bankable proposals. We need to build the capacity of FLR entrepreneurs with the required skills, especially the youth and women, on better harvest and value addition to address food loss and waste. We need to enhance the collaboration, networking across value chains so that the investors, producers, processors, and traders can learn from each other. We also need to foster good linkages with the data collection and use and focus basically on need-based research with policy, practice, feedback loop. So it should be a continuum. But nothing is complete or even impactful without we working together more closely to avoid duplication and enhance complementarities and gain synergies. That's why I get back to the FLR programmatic framework I mentioned before. We need more coordinated approach on FLR for ensuring food security for vulnerable and marginalized people. Without that, we might have another tragedy of the commons that we started this discussion with. To take the words of Henry Ford, we have come together here, and it's a great beginning. Hope we will keep together. It's a great progress. But please join forces to work together to advance FLR in a meaningful way. That's success. We have everything except you, the partners. Hope you will all join us in our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias, for a wonderful presentation about forest landscape restoration strategies and food security. Next on-site speaker is Mr. Byung-gi An. He is the Director of Forest Policy Division, Korea Forest Service. He will give us a presentation about Korean policy on forest and food, focusing on non-timber forest products. Our schedule is a little delayed. It will be great if Mr. An gave maybe 17 minutes the presentation. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Byung-Hyeon. I'm working for the Korea Forensic Service. Now I'm in charge of the overall climate.
마이크가 안 되네.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Byung-Hyeon. I'm working for the Korea Forensic Service, and I'm in charge of the overall forestry policy and climate change issue. So today I'm going to explain a little bit about the Korean policy, how to manage forest, especially non-timber forest product. It's my brief profile. So I'm going to look at first the global trend. Then I will be focusing on the non-timber forest product in Korea and how to manage our policy to enhance our non-timber forest product. Already the Professor Sunderland and Dr. Animon have mentioned about the dilemma between the population and agriculture and forest issue. So it seems there is kind of vicious circle between the growing world population, and it resulted in more food needed. Then it resulted in other deforestation. So let's look at the global population since 1950 by 2050. It's just 100 years. But around the 1950, the world population was just 2.5 billion. And it will be increased as many as 10 billion by 2050. That's four times bigger than, the 80 years ago from the 1950. So it is making a lot of problem. So when you look at the forest, about 31% of the global terrestrial land has been covered by forest, but it is still shrinking now. When you look at the FAO statistics from 2010 by 2020, there has been net deforestation as large as 10 million hectares. That's almost the same size of South Korea that happened for 10 years. Let's look at what is the main driver of deforestation. Mainly agricultural expansion, both of cropland and livestock ranch. When there was the SOFO 2 years ago in FAO, the FAO has analyzed about 30% of the deforestation have been made by the agricultural expansion, both of small scale or large scale agricultural purpose. Then what are the main purpose of the agricultural expansion? The biggest one is livestock, especially cattle, the famous in the Amazon deforestation. Also soybean, also very common in Amazon area, and palm oil in Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia. And there are some more the commercial plantation, the crop, for example, more cocoa and rubber and coffee, and some more the products. When you look at the entire global land, maybe some people do not know, but livestock, the ranch is more than 3 times bigger than cropland. It means more and more the human beings they prefer the meat rather than the grain or vegetables such as thing. That is one of the driver of the deforestation, especially in developing countries. Recently, I looked at the book Drawdown that was published in the Western world in 2017, and this book is providing 80 the available solution to tackle climate change. So when I look at the most influential solution from number 1 to number the 20, as many as 13 the solution and policy measures are related with forest, agriculture, and the population control. For example, number 3 was we have to reduce our food waste because as the Professor Sunderland has mentioned, 1/3 of our the food production has been wasted by food waste. And number 4 is we better enjoy more plant-rich diet rather than meat. And number 5 was the tropical forest, how to conserve and restore tropical forest. And the number 6 and number 7 are related with the population control. We have to make more education for the girls in developing countries and family planning. Number 9 was silvopasture. Number 11 was regenerative agriculture, and so on. So when you look at the draw-down suggestion, the biggest part is the electricity. But second biggest one is land use and land use change. It is related with carbon sink. For example, forest and other more coastal, the carbon sink. And third biggest one is food and agricultural dimension. So I circled the land sink and food and agriculture. A couple of weeks ago, the UNEP has released the emission gap report. And this report also emphasized the importance of the land use change, agriculture, and food supply change. Because this, the greater the agriculture, the dimension, account for 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emission. Now, move on to the non-timber forest product in Korea. In Korea, the Korea Forest Service is managing the forest product, and forest product consists of 3 different elements. First one is timber, and second one is non-timber product, and third one is stone. So entire overall forest product is as much as $5 billion last year, 2021. And half of them comes from timber, that's about $2.5 billion, and non-timber forest product, about $1.7 billion last year. And stone is about $1 billion last year. Then let's look at what are the main non-timber forest product in Korea. The biggest one is omija. Maybe some people do not know what this is. Omija is a kind of red color berry. It's very popular in Korea. So omija is the first biggest one, and second one is bitter persimmon, and third one is lance ashabel. That is called as dodok in Korean. So first one is oak mushroom. Mushroom and pine mushroom, those are very popular the mushroom raised in forest. And Chinese bellflower, that's doraji in Korean, and chestnut, palm, and yam, it's ma, and raspberry, and jujube, and wild ginseng. Those are 10 biggest non-timber forest products in Korea. Yeah, that's pine nut, but pine nut is, below than number 10 main product now. Yeah, maybe more 11 or 13. So omija is coming out from the Gyeongbuk province, and bitter persimmon, a very common area in Korea, and lensashabel, maybe, Jeju Island, and oak mushroom, various the province. Those are 10 main non-timber forest products in Korea last year. So each about $1.7 billion. That's production, the amount last year. So in Korea, our non-timber forest products could be categorized 7 different types. First one is nut and mountain fruit. As I mentioned, persimmon. And second one is herb. And third one is wild greens and vegetables. And fourth one is sap. And fifth one is medical herb and mushroom and bonsai. Those are 7 categories of Korean non-timber forest product. So Korean government, especially Korea Forest Service, we are providing various kind of support to the farmers and foresters. The first one is, it's maybe the biggest one. In Korea, in forest land, the forest, non-timber forest product could be raised, even in forest. That's the biggest characteristics. And second one is, our government is providing some government grant and direct and indirect payment to farmer and foresters. And we are also offering the subsidy for facility. Nowadays, a lot of farmers, they are using the greenhouse and smart farm such a facility. Then government is providing sometimes as much as half of the expense to build such a facility. Also, we are providing the policy loans. That's the long-term, very low rate, interest rate, available budget. And education, training, and capacity program. Also, we are providing marketing consultation, such a thing. So in Korea, we are trying to enhance our non-timber forest product. We are trying to deliver this one to the premium market. So in Korea, the non-timber forest product has about 10% of total agricultural product, about 10%. But that includes the timber. So when you only focused on the annual the forest product, that's about 2 points of the among whole of the agricultural product. Korea Forest Service and the Mr. Tang has mentioned, Korea Forestry Promotion Institute. We are managing our own brand. That's K-Forest Food, and they have their own catchphrase, Little Forest, on our table, or such a thing. So this is the K-Forest Food, the symbolize the organic and non-pesticide, the forest raised product. So you are using this the brand for the lens ashamble, as I mentioned, it's dodok, and other oak mushroom. It's kind of the example how to manage our brand to deliver this product to our premium market, food market. And one more thing is the Korean wild ginseng. That's kind of ginseng, but we do not use any the fertilizer and pesticides. And this ginseng is supposed to be grown in forest land. This forest wild ginseng is very popular, not only in domestic Korean market, but also in exporting the overseas market. So we are trying to, to enhance this wild ginseng as one of our the flagship non-timber forest product. It's one of the example. Last May, there was the Korea and the United States summit that was held in Seoul. At that time, the President Yoon Suk-yeol has made the toasting with the President Joe Biden. At that time, we used the 오미로제 결. That's kind of 오미자, the made kind of sparkling wine. So the main ingredient is 오미자. As I mentioned, 오미자 is the biggest amount of value of the non-timber forest product. This 오미로제 is very popular, the sparkling wine in Korean. That's relatively expensive, about the $70 US. It's very popular. So it's one of the example how to make use of non-timber forest product to other, various kind of the manufactured product. Also, the same thing happened when there was the 2018 Pyeongchang Olympic. We used a different 오미자 made the sparkling wine. The name the 오희. They was also used when there was the banquet, the opening ceremony of the Pyeongchang the Winter Olympics. At that time, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has also enjoyed this special, non-timber product, the 오미자, the sparkling wine. So it was some briefing the policy of the Korean non-timber forest product policy and example in Korea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. An, for your presentation. I'm sorry I didn't prepare for the 오미자 sparkling wine today. Good. Yeah, thank you. Now we have a final speaker online again, Dr. Delia Katakutan. She is a principal scientist and Philippine representative of the C4 aircraft. She will give a presentation about agroforestry contribution to food security in Asia. Delia, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Please.
Can you see my slide? Okay.
Yep.
All right. So, hello, can you see my slide? Hello?
Yes, you can start. Then you
Okay.
can share your presentation file.
So, can you see my slide now?
Not yet.
Oh, it's actually on slide.
Yes, we have.
Yes, actually, I'm seeing two slides. Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for having me in this very important symposium. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here with you today. So again, my name is Delia Katakutan, and I'm the principal scientist at C4 Aircraft, and I'm currently based in Manila. So the topic assigned to me today is about agroforestry's contribution to food security. So we've heard a lot about how food insecure we are, although there's a lot of debate about food security dimensions running around. You know, I mean, Terry Sunderland argued that we are not actually running out of food production. In fact, we are increasing our food production. But what is really the problem? So my talk is about looking at agroforestry in relation to addressing food security. So this is the most recent report from FAO 2021 on the state of food security and nutrition in Asia, which is really, really grim. And I don't need to emphasize this because the previous speakers have discussed thoroughly about this. So as you can see here, the figures are really worrying. The question for us really is just how much land is needed to produce or to feed the world. So many researchers around the world has looked at the relationship between world population and food production as well as land. Today, the world population uses approximately 50% of total habitable land for agriculture. So again, I don't need to emphasize this much, but I would just like to call your attention on this map here that on the right side of my PowerPoint presentations. So as you can see, this is a map showing our habitable land in regards to population diets, so of a particular given country. So there are three groups of countries here, country diets that were used to analyze just how much land we need to produce food in order to support three different types of diets. So the first on the blue, and you can spot where you are now if you are from Australia or you are from the United States or from Africa. So countries that are colored blue means that the countries shown in blue have an average diet, which if adopted globally would result in less land use for agriculture than current levels. So this is a concept called half index, which I am not going to discuss further, no? But this is looking at the relationship between food production and land. So the next is in yellow, countries that are in yellow. So these are countries that have an average diet, which if adopted globally would require an expansion of agricultural land from our current location, but would be physically viable within global constraints. So if you look at it, there are countries in the Europe, in the UK, and some in the Americas. The last color is the orange one. I hope you can see them on the map if it really shows orange. Those shown in orange have dietary requirements which would not be feasible at a global scale, even if we converted all habitable land to agriculture. So those are mostly in the Americas, as you can see, Australia and some parts of Europe. In fact, a recent study by Canadian researchers they calculated that if the entire world tried to eat what the US Department of Agriculture recommends, we won't have enough farm to feed, actually. And recently also WRI has published an article which mentions that there's a 593 million hectare land gap, which is an area almost twice the size of India, between global agricultural area in 2010 and the expected expansion of agricultural lands by 2050. So in other words, there is a mismatch between the demand for food and available land for food production. So the question then that I'm gonna pose is, can agroforestry help? You know, earlier we talked about forest, agroforest, and all types of forest and NTAPs to solve the problem of food production. So just what is agroforestry? So it is a sustainable land management system that increases overall production by combining agricultural crops, tree crops, and forest plants and/or animals simultaneously or sequentially, and applies management practices that are compatible with the cultural patterns of the population. Now, the word combination is very important here. This is the key word really. You know, the combination of agriculture and forestry. So we look at agroforestry now in the context of land equivalent ratio, because our challenge, as I mentioned earlier, is how do we produce food with very scarce land, you know, and given the population demand for this food. No, so LER, or land equivalent ratio, is a concept in agricultural production that describes the relative land area required under monocropping systems to produce the same yield as under intercropping systems. So a good land equivalent ratio is higher than 1. So here on the right side, this is an example of an agroforestry system in Northwest Vietnam. So the system consists of longan, which is actually a tropical fruit tree, maize, and forage grass. So we tried to compare the productivity of these different components if they were to be planted as monocrops or if they were to be intercrop. So now, for the agroforestry system or the intercrop system, which is combining longan, maize, and forage grass, as you can see here, there was a recorded or estimated land equivalent ratio in the second year of the establishment of this plot, more than 1, and it increased to 1.4 in year 5, which was in 2017. By the way, this plot was established in 2017. So clearly that integration provides more benefits, higher land equivalent ratio as opposed to monocropping. In fact, many intercropping really has been proven to produce higher LER. In Indonesia, for rubber and cacao systems, it can even go up to 1.8 of LER. So in this case, given just this very simple calculation, one can already conclude that agroforestry is a very efficient land use system that will help to address the issue of food security vis-a-vis scarcity of agricultural land. Yeah. So here are some of the examples of definitions or origins of agroforestry. So as you can see, many farmers all over the world have practiced agroforestry for a very long time. The type of agroforestry is typically distinguished by the origin, as you can see here in these different bubbles. Agroforestry, in fact, emanated from forestry, or it is a practice that was originated from forestry or in sustainable forest management, no? Starting from natural forest, understory planting, selective cutting, and resulting into the gradual increase of more desirable species. So nowadays, there's what we call a forest farming, which is an agroforestry practice that involves cultivating high-value specialty crops in woodlands or forested lands. These crops are deliberately managed to provide suitable shade and growing conditions under forest canopy. And I think that even FAO is actually promoting forest farming in their program. So there are so many things that you can intercrop in a forest canopy, such as fruits, nuts, medicinal herbs, woody florals and other products. And I think this was even mentioned by the previous speaker from Korea. So what I'm trying to say here is that agroforestry is not opposed to either forestry or agriculture. It tries to complement as a system, as a practice, it complements the need for ecosystem service production just as forests do, as well as produce goods and food just as agriculture systems do. So it is trying to marry those two systems. And again, as I said, in fact, agroforestry emanates as a practice in sustainable forestry. So here are some examples of or derivations of agroforestry practices in Southeast Asia. No? You have improved fallow, taungya, hedgerow system, boundary planting. Home garden is a very common, it's a very traditional agroforestry practice. Multi-story systems or forest gardens, and rice terraces with forest agroforestry in some countries in Asia. So here we argue that agroforestry contributes to food security dimensions. First, in terms of supply or availability, agroforestry supplies diverse food products all year round. In the short term, in the medium term, and in the longer term, if planting of trees and associated crops are deliberately planned to address seasonality. It also addressed the issue of access. No? So families, indigenous peoples, farm families will have easy access to nutritious and healthy food locally, especially during lean months, to address food gaps. In fact, during COVID, there has been a lot of documentation about how forest families depend on agroforestry products when there was a disruption of supply chain in rural areas. Also, it provides natural sources. People will have access to natural sources of minerals, vitamins, and nutrients. When it comes to utilization, there are many other agroforestry products that can be obtained, no, or can be generated from an agroforestry system. For example, fuel wood and charcoal, which are very essential for preparing food in rural areas and even providing energy to some extent. So, and also in terms of resource use efficiency. So agroforestry promotes efficient resource capture in terms of light, water, nutrient, and all other elements in natural elements required in production systems. Again, also in the issue of sovereignty. So if you have an agroforestry farm, or if you have a home garden, for example, you will have higher consumer controlled production of diverse foods and less dependence on importation of processed foods. So agroforestry contributes to those dimensions of food security. Another important thing that agroforestry contributes to is on fuel wood. No? In rural Southeast Asia, the estimated annual fuel food demand was 2,813 kilograms annually, and which is very, very useful for a household, rural household with an average size of 5.4. So you really can't downplay the role of fuel wood supply in agroforestry systems, especially that sustainable forest management, the forest protection is very high on the agenda of the national government and even by local communities. So the next slides here show some examples of agroforestry designs and practices in some countries. So what you're seeing here in this photo is a schematic diagram or design of an agroforestry community forest in Myanmar. No, this was designed by the Forest Research Institute. As you can see, it's a very dynamic system. You have 3 boundaries in the whole plot. You have the agroforestry farm here, you have forestries around, you have perennial crops, and you have also the residential areas. So this design effectively shows how a piece of land can be really efficiently used, because there will be a very active complementation of the resources and components within this plot. And the forestry department has been producing this design, has been promoting this design actively in the social forestry programs of the forestry department in Myanmar. Another example is from Trinidad, Bohol, Philippines. As you can see, this was designed by ICRAF scientists with People's Organization and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources in a sloping forestry land. So this is the model that we designed, and farmers are really happy about the efficiency of the system, as they can see more diverse products planted in their farms, in their forest, you know, community managed forests, as opposed to just leaving them as grasslands or cultivated to either maize or upland rice. This is an example of an agroforestry landscape, which is 50 hectares in Son La, northwest Vietnam. You can see here on the left side, this is a non-treed slope during land preparation. So imagine if you have all your, you know, uplands, sloping lands like this. And here on the right side, you have a sloping monoculture maize field. Whereas in the middle, this is the more dynamic agroforestry field, which we have helped to set up for the one community in northwest Vietnam. You can see the trees there. This is in the land preparation stage. So you see some of the alley spaces here vacant, but you can see the trees growing. So it's a very clear representation of which choice you will go, you know, which direction one should go. In the non-trade slope, in the monoculture slope, or in the agroforestry field. Now, here I keep on saying that agroforestry provides, or is a land use system that uses resources efficiency. So here is an example of an agroforestry system which has thick, plum, coffee, legumes, and fodder grass system still in northwest Vietnam. So in the first year of this system, the grasses, the forage grass has been harvested already from 50 to 100 kilograms, which is contributing already to about 3 million, up to 3 million dong, which is something like $150 US for only something like 6 months. So there's already an early harvest of benefits in that system. And in terms of, so if the farmers do not sell this grasses, the option is actually to feed them into their cows. So we calculated the requirement, the grass requirement of raising one cow. So one cow needs 30 kilograms of grass per day to gain 0.6 kilogram of weight. And in 1 year, a cow needs 11 tons of forage grass, or 75 kilograms, to produce 1 kilogram of meat. That is why our speaker from Korea said, South Korea earlier said that actually the biggest land, you know, habitable land or agricultural land is used for livestock production. But if you have a system like this where you don't need to graze your animals on open fields, or you don't need to raise to grow your forage grasses separately, you know, use another piece of land, but incorporate your forage grass system into your agroforestry system, that is really a system that offers very high resource use efficiency. And the other option is that if the family doesn't have a cow, then some families actually in the Northwest have small fish ponds. So they also use those grasses to feed their fish. So a fish actually needs 40 kilograms of grass to gain 1 kilogram of weight. And besides that, there are nitrogen fixing species such as nuts and legumes that will provide income while waiting for the harvest from coffee, plum, teak, and also at the same time help improve soil fertility. So here is an example of yield and income. So under the thick plum, coffee, soybean system, we see that even in year 3, the income from coffee, or the yield from coffee, was higher already. It is almost comparable to a monocultured monocrop coffee. So this has contributed to 13 million, or something like 700 US dollars already, only in the 3rd year. We also have examples for acacia, acacia mangium, longan, coffee, soybeans, forage grass systems. Coffee here already has increased its productivity from to 4.7 tons, which is really, really high already for those of you who are familiar with coffee production. Macadamia, coffee, and soybean, coffee yield was 4.2 kilograms in year 3 and 4.3, this is in tons, 4.3 tons in year 4. So in other words, we don't need to produce, to grow macadamia for 1 hectare and 1 hectare of coffee and another hectare of soybean. You put them all together in one place, you still, more or less achieve the same results, the same level of productivity. Compared to monoculture system. Here also is an example of NTFE and agroforestry in Malaysia. This is an apiculture system with trees in Merchang Forest Reserve, Malaysia. So the Forestry Department of Peninsular Malaysia introduced tree-based bee breeding in the forest reserve to enhance community livelihoods, which has actually really benefited the forest industry at the same time, communities who are harvesting honey from the bees, the beehives. This is also an example of agroforestry in China, which is mushroom-based. Mushrooms are deliberately cultivated under forest canopy. And I recall Elias also mentioned mushroom as an important NTFP in many countries in Asia. So this is intercropping mushrooms and medicinal plants, which doesn't need lengthy times before harvest, with multipurpose trees set to provide much needed boost in securing livelihoods in the global south. Of course, there are tons of agroforestry practices and systems adopted already in China, many of which are really ancient and are still thriving up to these days. And they are found to be the most resilient production systems. Here, close to South Korea, here is the most recent analysis of agroforestry in relation to food security from the perspectives of the SDGs. So the case study was conducted, in fact, by scientists, researchers from Seoul National University. I think some of you here, the authors are here. So it was found that agroforestry has emerged as a potential solution to chronic food shortages and forest devastation in North Korea. So this is really exciting, when you compare this hill to the other hill. Agroforestry may not be able to return all the forest functions in this particular hill, for example, but at least if you have a system like this, you have an agroforestry system like this, it can largely mimic the forest functions that were lost already in this barren, supposedly forest fields. Here are also some examples of agroforestry in Central Asia. As you can see, alley cropping is there, combining vegetable and fodder, clover production with cherry and peach and poplar and walnut plantations in a low fertile stony land plot in the Aral village of Kyrgyzstan. And here on the left side, this graph, it actually shows the cost and benefits, discounted cost and benefits of intercropping walnut with clover with rotation, with profits $517 per hectare over 7 years, and walnuts NPV is to over 28,000 USD per hectare. So here, if you look at long-term productivity, resilience of the production system, this really shows that this is a very efficient agroforestry system, particularly appropriate for the conditions in Central Asia. The problem, however, there are still so many examples I couldn't provide you today, but you can look out for them. There are many references. The knowledge, the science, and the experience of agroforestry is already out there. However, what remains to be a problem is that really the full economic value of agroforestry has not been captured. You can see agroforestry in many documents, strategies, globally, nationally, even regionally. But still, the full value has not been captured. Agroforestry we know that agroforestry has several advantages, not only at the household level, but also at village, country, regional, and global level. Such positive impacts are full value public goods, contributing to food security and income of the rural population. Internalizing the added value of goods and services of agroforestry as a land use system will increase its financial value. And it's also important to look at the rewards of farmers accordingly through different markets that could boost agroforestry adoption, and also to compensate for farmers' startup time during which no income is generated from tree products. However, even if this problem has persisted for so long already, not everything is grim and gloomy. There are already some innovations on the policy side that supports agroforestry. Because indeed, according to an FAO and ICRAF study done some years ago, agroforestry adoption is a policy issue. And I think we all know that, because of the institutional barriers, the policy barriers, the market constraints, the resources, and the technical know-how that is required to manage a very efficient agroforestry system. So it is a policy issue, but some countries are already moving ahead. There are, example is India and Nepal have had their agroforestry policies, and India, for example, has been implementing their agroforestry policy and program strategy in different states of the country very effectively. And also Nepal has followed suit. I think 2 years ago or a year ago, they have passed their agroforestry policy. ASEAN, also the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, have passed in 2018 their guidelines on agroforestry development. But also there are some policies and strategies and programs that could be used as entry points for agroforestry development. So here are some examples for Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, Cambodia, Thailand, Philippines, and even the Democratic People's Republic of Korea through their agroforestry strategy. So I think that the main message I would like to pass on to this body is that let's continue to promote agroforestry as an effective, sustainable, efficient land use system that can both provide livelihood security, food security, at the same time ecosystem services that's needed for sustainable food systems, and the ecosystem services that's needed by the whole population to keep this planet healthy. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yep. Thank you, Delia, for your presentation. Now we have all the three presentations. I thank all three speakers very much. For the next panel discussion, we needed to set the table and chair, and we will have the 10-minute break. It's not 15-minute break due to the delayed schedule. Then we will start. Yes, 11:25. We can start. We will start the panel discussion, and then we can check the. Do you have any? Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, it's a minor thing,
Okay.
but I just saw it.
Do you
I just saw
now? So we thought that after panel discussion we will have a group photo. But thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Thank you. Then now you can enjoy the tea and coffee. Then we will set the table. Thank you for your participation. And Zoom participants, you can write your question or comments in chat box, and we will check it. Thank you. I hope you had a good tea time to greet and introduce each other. Then now we have panel discussion. I'd like to introduce the chair and panelists shortly. The discussion chair is Professor Johan Son and Division of Environmental Science and Ecological Engineering in Korea University. Then we have the panelists, the Dr. Ki Gang-bae, Program Officer at Asian Forest Cooperation Organization. Then we have 2 online panelists, Mr. Lonakon Triaganon, the Senior Strategic Advisor at Lecoptesi. The final panelist, Mr. Warren Lee, the Senior Nutrition and Food System Officer at FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Then I will give the microphone to Professor Son for the panel discussion.
예, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 고려대학교의 손요한입니다. 이렇게 귀한 자리에서 좌장의 역할을 하게 돼서 영광으로 생각합니다. 오늘 저희 토론에 배정된 시간이 대략 45분이라서 3분의 토론자들께서 약 10분 정도씩 사용하시고 그 이전에 발표하셨던 3분의 발표자께서 3분 내외로 추가 설명을 하실 수 있습니다. 그리고 시간을 보아서 이 자리에 참석하셨거나 혹은 온라인으로 접속하신 분들의 질문이 있으면 질문에 대한 답을 하는 순서로 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 맨 먼저 이미 소개해드린 대로 백이강 박사님으로부터 토론의 말씀을 듣겠습니다.
So you have 10 minutes for discussion. So you have presentation slides prepared. So you can now share the slides and begin your discussion.
Thank you, Professor Son. I will start my presentation when it is shown. Okay, thank you. My name is Ki Gang-bae, as Professor Son introduced, and I'm in charge of the product development and evaluation at the Asian Forest Cooperation Organization. It's a great honor for me to be here as one of the panelists to this very important conference. And today I'd like to talk about the forests, NTFs, and food security. Next, please. I'd like to start my discussion with a question. Why forests and NTFs matter for food security? According to FAO, about 240 million people across the globe live in the forested lands, particularly in developing countries. And in those countries, there are many people depending their livelihoods on the forest to provide them with food. At this time, the role of NTFs is very important because the NTFs accounts for about 90% of forests in its ecosystem. So we can almost say that the people depend on the forests are the people depend on the NTFs in forests. However, the NTFs are still rarely recognized for their importance in rural livelihoods and foods in general. To discuss about this issue, I'd like to introduce one APOCO regional project because I believe that I could cover many issues, challenges, and solutions by mentioning these 4 objectives of this project. The project is entitled Improve the Local Community Livelihoods Through Increased Income from NTFs, with the subtitle of Modeling Scalable Community-Based Enterprises in Asia. This is the 4 years project with 13 implementing countries are involving, and Mr. Park Jong-han, the project manager, is also joining this conference. And there are 4 objectives under this project, and in each of the objectives there is regional activity and there is country activity. And the regional activities are mainly sharing the knowledge across the countries and building the capacity of the governments. And I'd like to particularly focus on the country activities. The first objective is to develop country-specific, scalable, and replicable community-based NTFP enterprise called CBNE, Models and Capacity Building. The first activities of the project, which is the resource assessment and value chain analysis, and those are the baselining. And it is very important to know the situation and the status of the country, because without knowing the situation and the information, they cannot provide the right solutions. And resource assessment value chains are important to improve the income of rural people who depend on their livelihoods in forests. It could include the components of harvesting, primary and secondary processing, marketing, and institutional support system. The information gained from the analysis will contribute to build integrated information database of the country and the region, which is lacking at the moment. I have observed by visiting many countries, and then we know that there are so many information they can find on the website or the online, but particularly for the local people in the village level, in the particular community of NTFPs, it's still very hard to find the right information for them on the ground. That's why I believe that this objective 1 will be very important to provide the official and sufficient information for the local people on the ground, because and at the same time the government officers will assist them to guide them to the right direction. Objective 2 is to improve income benefits captured from NTFPs for communities through research, value addition, standards and certification, and market access. About 90% of total experts of NTFP is still in the form of raw material. Community-based NTFP enterprise needs support in consolidating, scaling up, improving efficiency and connectivity across the value chain, and it should be certified. Sharing best practices in targeted profitable NTFP enterprise could be one of the ways to share the knowledge and experiences for the local communities, and we hope to see it is happening throughout this project. And objective 3 is to secure NTFP resource supply, balancing utilization and sustainable resource management. And some of the country activities will be preparation of sustainable resources management, research and piloting, implementation and documentation. And I'd like to emphasize the importance of the documentation. As we could observe in our member countries, there is no consistent definition and data information system for the non-timber forest products. And for example, there are a few countries, they have a specific definition of the NTFPs, but other countries such as Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, they have any information about NTFPs. Documentation and programming of NTFPs and food security plans is crucial. Without the documentation, it would be hard to have the right decision and make the right policy. And the last objective of this project is to foster an enabling environment for CBNE through the institutionalization of the CBNE development extension support. Before I jump into the discussion, I'd like to also share one more slide. And this is the focal agency and NTAP communities chosen by the country for this project. And as you can see on the screens, the commodities are pretty diverse. There you can see many bamboos, honey, walnut, and etc. And the focal agencies, most of the focal agencies are in charge of the project, covering like livelihood improvement or resource management, or some of them are the research institutes of the country. And only Laos, PDR, and Vietnam have dedicated agencies for NTAPs. And it's quite interesting because this is the very first focal regional project established, developed by the Secretariat, because all of the country raised the voice that NTAPs are very important. But we found that there are rare, the countries having the right and then dedicated institute for the NTAPs. And I think I'd like to make a conclusion first. I believe this project will improve the food security and nutrition in its 4 dimensions. Availability, which is the food supply from edible NTAPs. Access, which could improve income to purchase food. And utilization, which is physical ability to obtain sufficient nutritional intake. For example, like providing the fuels and provide the fresh water. And then lastly, stability, which is the stability of availability directly linked to the climate change. Because our expected outcomes of the projects are very relevant to these 4 dimensions. To say, the local communities and indigenous peoples will have improved livelihoods and income from sustainable forest-based NTAPs. Local communities are equipped to adapt to climate change with diversified household income sources. Local communities have increased awareness and participation in sustainable forest management, especially NTAP management and restoration. Lastly, governments will have improved capacity to extend the support to forest-based livelihoods development. And I really look forward to share fruitful achievements through the project implementation in the near future. Before I end up, I would like to mention about the agroforestry, the importance of the agroforestry. And AFOCO has implemented a few agroforestry-related projects, as you can see on the screen. As the previous speaker, Delia, mentioned, agroforestry practices can simultaneously enhance food, nutrition, environmental, and energy system, and directly contribute to SDG 2 and SDG 15 at the same time. And in conclusion, I'd like to emphasize that we need to pay more attention to understand the direct and indirect benefits of forests and NTAPs in food security and livelihoods. Building database to provide sufficient and official information to the local people on the ground, and building capacity of the stakeholders, not only including the local livelihoods, but also government sector could be some of the solutions. And that's how I'd like to end up my the intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pei, for your insightful discussion. So what AFOCO is doing in Asia, and the case study and the studies to improve the capacity and increase the income sources and to make a contribution to food security by securing the non-timber forest products. So a lot of good examples were shared in your discussion. Also, the agroforestry and importance of agroforestry is also highlighted in your discussion as well. So database and data collection was really highlighted as an important means to develop the policy and develop the projects and for data analysis. And this will create a virtuous cycle in the forest management. And that, I believe, is in line with the presentation of the Dr. Animond. Thank you very much for your very insightful discussion.
Let's invite our second panelist, Mr. Lagonon. So let's invite him. So you are with us?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Sorry?
Yeah, we hear you. Please go.
Okay. All right, thanks a lot. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks a lot for FAO, Korea, and colleagues from others who advocate for the importance of the forest in the food securities. I'd like to congratulate to the speakers that already share the important roles of forests in supporting food securities in the region. So, well, probably the aspect or perspective that I'd like to share, probably articulating or not want to repeat what the previous speaker already mentioned, but I'd like to bring in the different aspect of the social forestry and community forestry, how the community forestry can support food security. Okay, let me go next. Just only a few slides just to introduce RICOF. RICOF stands for the Regional Community Forestry Training Center for Asia and the Pacific. And we believe in future where people live equitably and sustainably in and beside healthy, resilient forests. We build resilience through community forestry. And then I will share with you later what do we mean by community forestry for those who do not yet aware of. We work in 7 countries over the last 3 decades. We experience and also we work together with the government, civil society organization, and also development agencies to advocate for social forestry or community forestry in the region. Well, before I bring the discussion to the panel discussion here, I'd like to touch a little bit of the root cause when you talk about food insecurities. So we found that many of the poor or local people, they have limited access to water and food, definitely because they don't have resource to obtain. Many of them have limited access to the livelihood opportunities or income generation. When I'm talking about the livelihood opportunity, it's not only a basic needs for their living. Conflict also caused the issue on the food insecurities. Inequalities, especially in the society that treat people, the marginal people with less opportunities, or poor with less opportunities, or women and men being treated differently, young, old being treated differently. So that also the root cause of the food insecurities. Poor knowledge to obtain the material for food, capacity to process the raw material for food to eat on a daily basis. Climate change, that changed the pattern of climate that produce food for the local people. Poor governance, especially the elite people, elite capture, take more benefit than others, or making the decision in order to favor to the certain group of people. That also caused the food insecurities. Limited access to health and human welfare support because they cannot read, they cannot write, or they cannot communicate well with the public. So they have limited access to those kind of welfare support. So just want to touch on this, and then you can see the pictures how we can address these root cause of the food insecurities. Well, I don't want to repeat the previous speaker mentioning about the role of forests, but if you look at the people livelihood system here, well, forests can contribute to the natural capital or natural asset. That refers to the food, vegetable, fruit, or any type of the forest food that people can obtain. But the forest also generate the social processes to bring in or empowering people to become more capable and more powers to negotiate for their food production. So forests can bring the unities and reduce the conflict within the society. Forest, if you look at the forest as the approach, then it builds the capacities to understand more about their natures and how to become more mobilized and get access from the public welfare. Forests can generate the physical capital like market, place to live, or bring in the shelter for those poor people to live in. And in many extent, probably Gigang, Delia, Elias mentioned earlier, forests can generate the financial benefits, and also it brings in the mechanisms to secure their financial investment, credit, microfinance, and so on. So that helps in terms of addressing the root causes of the food insecurities. But then I'd like to touch a little bit on the community forestry. Well, I'm sure many of you are aware, but just as a reference, community forestry refers to the management of forests by and for local communities and indigenous people. These include different forms of community forest management, such as community forestry, community protected area management, community-based forest management, joint forest management, participatory forest management, social forestry, or village forestry in several countries in the areas that you are working with. So there are different forms. It depends on the government to define the boundaries or the scope of community forestry. So then what community forestry could offer? Well, I would say within the time, especially during the COVID and after COVID, community forestry can bring in the recovery process. So let's see. Yeah, well, when you talk about community forestry, as I said earlier, the community forestry can bring the natural capital, bring food, vegetable, fruit, or the area that you can grow, people can grow crops, yeah, to generate food materials. So that brings in the strength of the natural capital within the area, within the society. As I said, when you talk about community forestry processes, it brings in social processes to negotiate, to empower, to address issue on conflict, to bring people to talk together, to bring in the social unities and help mobilizing themselves to become more organized and access to external services. It brings in human capital, especially to those who lack of education. It brings in capacity to handle different types of forest products and non-timber forest products through training, to exchange networking and learning all together. So community forestry bring in the human processes in the society. The physical capital, as I mentioned earlier, community forestry set up meeting point, marketplace, areas that people can live, shelter, and also it sets some kind of boundaries for the local people to work together. So it brings the physical asset, even like in many countries that you see like forest fire lines, and bring in the access to products that they can obtain from the forest. It generates different types of financial mechanisms as a safety net for the society in that particular area. It could be in terms of grants, loan, microcredit, soft investment. So it generates income for the society in that regard. So that means it helps in terms of strengthening the food securities in that particular society. But if you'd like to see community forestry to address the food securities, what are the success factor or what are the limitation factor? Well, the tenure and right securities is quite a big bottleneck. If the local people, they have full tenure and rights to exercise their forest resources, then it helps them to decide what to grow and what not to grow, what to maintain, what to manage. So the tenures and right in the forest management become the big barriers at this moment. Size and quality of the forest. So in many countries that we are working, especially in ASEAN, government issue the community forests, especially the low or poor forests to communities to take care or protect, meaning that local people cannot get good quality of forest to manage. So that becomes a big factor. Governance and leadership. So it's not easy just to handle the forest to local people, meaning that they have to have a good governance and institutional setup leadership within the communities and also at the sub-district or district level. So it requires good governance to ensure the benefit share equally and fair. Capacities to manage. So even though local people have their own traditional wisdom and knowledge to take care forests, but how to make it more systematic and how to ensure the sustainability. Financial instrument, especially if they like to manage a specific crop, food crop, then it requires investment. Yeah, and how to organize themselves. So especially if we look at the scale, when you talk about like forest landscape, we need financial support. So what would be implication for all of you to consider how to make use of community forestry in food securities? Well, we need to invest more, like Delia mentioned, we have to invest more in agroforestry. Then I would ask for investment in community forestry as well. Improve the tenure and rights to ensure that local people have enough right to exercise their forest resources based on their need and at their scale. Create and strengthening financial mechanisms, whether or not in different forms. It could be in the rewarding system or it could be in the business partnership. So, well, there are many financial mechanisms that can be deployed. Strengthening the sustainable forest management practices, good practices, knowledge management among academic researchers. We need to do more research in order to identify the workable practices. And even if we like to work together with private companies, then we need to identify the business model that works for both private companies and also for local people to ensure the food securities are in place. Enhance good governance, make sure that the decision will be made inclusively and also include the gender roles in the decision-making process and yeah, ensure the benefit share among the key stakeholders. Well, what else? Establish the incentive for community forestry, including agroforestry. I have no need to reiterate that. Then integrate the community forestry with the National Development Program, the GDP, NDC, whatever you name it. So we have to include in the national agenda. Well, just for the conclusion, I'd like to see more. Well, you can see that community forestry can offer the livelihood capital and ensure the food securities and resilience. Well, but it requires the right condition to be in place if you like to see the community forestry play roles. Then with proper participatory management plan, then we have to expand more community forestry in the region by addressing gaps and replicate the success factor. With that, I'd like to say thank you very much for these opportunities and happy to take any comments or question, clarification, and bring in the discussion become fruitful in this meeting. Thanks a lot for allowing Rikov to play roles and contribute from the community forestry perspective. With that, 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your idea regarding food security. He explained the value of a forest. The forest can be important natural capital, so the smallholders can play important roles, and also the community-based forest activities can be emphasized in order to deal with food security issues. Financial the supporting mechanisms and microcredit can be provided in order to promote such community forest activities. And I believe that the forest, the plans, and they should be included in the NDC and other national level plans. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas and insight.
Let me invite the final panelist, Mr. Warren Lee. The floor is yours, Mr. Warren Lee.
Do you hear me? Your microphone must be off. Would you turn on the microphone? Still, we don't hear you. Still, we cannot hear you. Please check your microphone, please. I guess we have some technical problem here, so allow few seconds for me. 방금 전에 우리가
So in Mr. Trivaganon's discussion, what was quite interesting is that when the food security is connected with the forest management and the forestry activities, then forestry can be turned into an assets that can also increase the livelihood of the local community. So for the last 30 years, in over 3 countries in Southeast Asian countries, these ideas have been proven with the projects.
We joined the call. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry for the technical problem. First of all, I would like to thank FAO Korea office and also the Seoul National University for inviting me to be a panelist for this very important symposium. So I've listened to keynote speaker Terry and other distinguished guest presentations, and they are very relevant to the forest food for food security. Well, we all know that forest foods include like leaves, fruits, seeds and nuts, roots and tubers, mushrooms, honey, wild animal, fish, and also insect. So these foods are potential foods for food security and nutrition. But in the presentation so far, I have heard little about nutrition. A lot of focus has been on the food security. Many years ago when I taught at the university on the, nutrition and dietetics, we taught students that nutrition, the term nutrition is embedded in food security. But when I came out, from the academia and joined FAO, and then when I interacted with the Ministry of Agriculture and Health, Ministry of Health, and also a lot of practitioners in the field, when they talk about food security, they mean, to get, sufficient, energy, rich food to fulfill the energy requirements. But they talk very little about nutrition, the nutritious food that would nourish the people. Therefore, we've seen a lot of people who are still, they're eating a lot of stable food like maize, like rice, like wheat, but they do not have sufficient, nutrient-dense food consumption. And then they will also run into, malnutrition, despite they are overweight, they are obese, or they are, they look well, and children are stunted and wasted. It's because, we pay little attention to the nutrition dimension in food security. So I would like to make use of this platform to focus on the nutritional quality of food, in particular food from forest or from the wild. I would like to use a typical example, insects, which can be a typical example, but it can be a very extreme example, because when we talk about animal source of protein, insects could be an important source of protein for human nutrition, and we know that around the world, more than 2,000 species of edible insects have been used by traditional diet, traditional culture all around the world. And some insect species can convert organic feed substrates efficiently into animal tissue like protein, fat, and other compounds. And also the goodness of edible insects for human food is that it can be produced with less space, using less water, less feed, and with less greenhouse gas emission than traditional livestock raising. However, there have been very little study on the nutritional quality of these, the foods. I mean the non-food foods, I mean the forest foods, including insects. When I try to look at, some, the textbooks, and also the literatures on the forest food in terms of food composition, they provide a very promising picture that forest food has a very good source of energy, protein, fat, carbohydrates, and also vitamins and minerals. It looks like a very promising food for human nutrition. However, there have been little study on their quality in terms of absorption, digestibility, and also bioavailability. Because these factors would affect the nutrients to be absorbed and utilized in the body. Take for example, for insect protein, because insect has a very thick layer of chitin. When in the recent research, the feeding insect protein to human diet by using the cutting edge methodology to assess protein quality or amino acid digestibility, it's found that not all insects can contribute to all the necessary 26 amino acids in the protein, because the protein is composed of 26 amino acids. These 26 amino acids are very important for growth of children, for maintenance of the body function. And also the study has also found that iron absorption from insect is also a problem, because human mainly utilize heme, animal source of iron. We call it heme iron. And the heme is available, in beef, in liver, in red meats. But insects like crickets, they are using ferritin as their carrier for iron. And this ferritin is very different from human ferritin. So there has been a study in Kenya by feeding, the crickets to young children. They found that, although, the iron content of this feed for the experiment is very high, but it does not contribute to the iron status of children. In fact, they got the big drop in serum iron level, and so that clinical study was called on hold because of this adverse effect of the clinical trial. And so I think when we are trying to introduce these novel foods, although this food can have been utilized by a number of people in the traditional diet, but we do not know exactly how these food qualities will contribute to human nutrition. In particular, if we think that the insect is high in protein, we try to use this food to feed the young children to promote the protein consumption, and you will get the opposite effect. So I think that it's very important for countries, in particular the Food Standard Agency, to evaluate some novel foods from the forest. The other example would be like some sort of vegetables could be very high in iron, like spinach, like rhubarb, but because of the anti-nutrient content in those plant foods, in those leaves, the iron absorption has been reduced from 10% to 2 to 3%. So this would also affect the nutritional quality of this the leaf type of food. So this is a food for thought that we need to think about how, when we try to introduce this kind of food to human nutrition, where there have been little study on the nutritional quality, we need to do some sort of a research. For FAO, we have been supporting the scientific world to develop human nutrition requirement data, like the requirements of protein, fat, carbohydrate, micronutrients. And recently, we also try to look at the methodology to assess protein in human food. And we have proposed a new methodology called DS, digestible indispensable amino acid score. So a lot of scientists have been using this new FAO proposed methodology to research into protein quality of different foods. And recently, FAO and also IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agencies, which also utilize stable isotopes to evaluate nutrient absorption in human diet. We're trying to develop a database to collect protein quality of human food around the world. And so, insects have been considered to be one of the, food that need to have more research, need to have more data, so that this database would be available to the public, and we know that which food is contributing to human nutrition. The other food will need to be a bit cautious. So I just wanted to make use of this symposium to raise this important issue. When we talk about food security and nutrition, we need to focus on nutrition. Otherwise, we would just feed the people with energy, but at the same time, people are still undernourished, because the quality of nutrients in the food are not available for absorption and utilization by the individuals. So this is a food for thought, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your discussion. Yes, food security is the topic for today's symposium. And yes, quite important, the nutrition needs to be embedded in this definition of food security. And then insect could be the meat replacement and meat substitute. And when it comes to forest, that maintaining the biodiversity within the forest, we can also secure the additional food resources that can help us observe the more nutrition from the food resources from the forestry. Thank you very much for the panel discussions. We do not have much time left. So now it's time to invite the three presenters to make some comments. If not, you can skip. So I will give you a couple of minutes to make some comments. So do we have all presenters? Dr. Animond, is there anything that you would like to comment further? Dr. Animond?
Yes, I'm here. No, I think all the points raised by other speakers are very valid. I think this is also coming back again to the question of how we work together with a system approach. And I quite like what Warren was saying about the nutrition, even though we always say food security and nutrition is embedded within that, and I fully agree. And we have been really working in the region also in promoting edible insects. And 2 years ago, we published also a handbook on cricket farming. So these are, the activities we do, but I think it will be better to better understand in terms of where actually we need to invest. And for that, we need to have a lot more data, especially in the kinds of reliance of people on forest. And of course, when we talk about sustainable forest management, we talk about 3 pillars. But often we tend to ignore the socio-economic aspects, which is basically what keeps the forest standing, as well as providing incentives to a large number of people, at least enhance the value of the forest and the landscapes to them. So it will be also measure it a bit more systematically, the socio-economic benefits in general and food security in particular. And then make some kind of rational decisions where we can invest. And this cuts across different stakeholders, and some of them are really reliant on forest, some of them are partly depending on forest. So again, the forest dependence itself has to be kind of well assessed and qualified, and we make the decisions in such a way that we can really help those people who are really depending on the natural resources for their sustenance, and also those people who actually depend on forests during shocks and crises, which is basically what is keeping them going with their life. So I think these are some of my closing points. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Mr. An, are you going to join us for additional comments?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Son. So there were several questions, but I just pick up the one question, and somebody asked me, how can Korean government promote non-timber forest product?
그랬는데 모르겠다. 됐다. 아니야. 가만 있어봐.
Yeah, to find out more chance, to find out the wider market, the chance. That was the question. Most fundamental and ubiquitous and arduous question. So first one is we are trying to find out more younger consumer, children, because if they do not have the chance to enjoy their more chestnut, jujube, more persimmon, such a thing, when she was the children, it's really difficult, yeah, to sell the timber product. That's one thing. And in Korea, our population itself is just the dwindling, so we are trying to find out more exporting chance. And third one is branding. So forest product, we cannot compete in price. So we got to compete in value and storytelling. So we are trying to find out the younger farmer and foresters who are good at the social media or more YouTube, such a kind of a device to find out direct the trade from forester to consumer. Those could be our solution. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your additional comments. Last but not least, I'd like to invite Dr. Delika Katakutan. Is there any additional comments?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to provide my last comments. First of all, I'd like to say that agroforestry in the past has always been in the periphery of either forestry or agriculture. But thanks to the FLR framework, now I think that it is really providing a strong platform for promoting further agroforestry, as it sits in the interface of agriculture and forestry, and it addresses almost all of the SDGs. It contributes almost all of the SDGs. So this is a very exciting moment for agroforestry to be recognized of its true value, both in the production of goods and food, as well as the ecosystem services that they provide. So as from the agroforestry point of view, we are so excited from this development. There are still hurdles, there are still policy constraints that we need to address, but the FLR now is really moving ahead, as described by our colleague from FAO. And then this, again, as I said, this has been a really interesting and important platform for promoting the value of agroforestry, because FAO in the first place is the only UN organization that has both mandates for promoting agriculture and forestry. So this is an exciting moment, and I hope we all support agroforestry for its contribution, not only for food security, but also for the SDGs. I'd just like to comment on the nutrition part. Yes, indeed, agroforestry has a lot of contribution to improving nutrition and healthy diets. At ICRAF, we have a program called Fruit Tree Portfolio, where it seeks to address nutritional issues and addressing hunger, reducing hunger in rural areas. So the idea is actually to develop a fruit tree portfolio that is available all year round, addressing the seasonality aspect of this fruit species. So really helping local communities avail of natural sources of vitamins, minerals, and others through planting fruit trees just in their backyard. So I think that's all. And finally, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important symposium. Thank you, and good luck to the deliberations this afternoon.
Well, thank you so much. Well, time is limited, so we are not able to collect additional questions from the floor. I'd like to ask your understanding for this. Then I'd like to wrap up this session. So today, from the perspective of a forest, and we have discussions about nutrition and food securities, and what kind of challenges we face, and what kind of opportunities we have by linking forest and food securities. As you heard from many of these speakers, there are very close connection between forest and food security. So forest can provide the wood products and non-timber forest products, and those can make tremendous contributions in order to secure food security. Then in order to enhance the nutrition and food security, what kind of plans we can develop? They can be boiled down to two aspects. One is a sustainable forest management, and the other is the restoration of forest landscapes. By having two approaches, we can promote ecosystem services, so that will have a positive contribution for the food security and nutrition. Then, when it comes to the agriculture and the forest, and we can connect two different sectors, and by having agroforestry, we can make a tremendous contributions for the food security and the nutrition issues. So earlier, the one speaker shared very interesting remarks. And actually, forest is always the supermarket. That's what the first speaker mentioned. in this session. So wrapping up this session, I'd like to share the follow. And actually, forest is the best supermarket indeed. So this is a last message I'd like to share in this session. When it comes to the forest, and we can have a great benefits regarding food security and nutrition, and we can develop very detailed plans so we can implement those plans in concrete manner. So once again, the wrapping up this session, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers and the panelists. And above all, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the audience who are joining in this symposium, online and offline. Thank you so much for sharing time out of your busy schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Son, for great sharing. And I thank all speakers and panelists. Now we will close morning session, but we will continue to have the afternoon session. We will start at 2 p.m. in Korean time. Thank you. Thank you for your participation in the on-site symposium and online symposium. Thank you very much.
Distinguished participants, presenters, and panelists, I hope you enjoyed lunch or long break for those who are joining us from other parts of the world. Welcome to the session 3, titled Upgrading the Trade and Market of Non-Timber Forest Products of the International Symposium on Food Security. My name is Nara Lee. I'm the Assistant FAO Representative at FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, and I'm very honored to serve as your moderator at the session. So this morning, actually, we talked about the important role of forests in enhancing food security, and now it is time to talk about how to enhance the value of NTFPs. Before we start the session, I'd like to introduce the composition of the session 3. For more effective discussions on the topic of upgrading the trade and market for NTFPs, we have 4 presentations followed by the panel discussion with 4 experts of the field. Then, without further ado, I'd like to invite the first presenter, Professor Ryo Kosaka from Graduate School of Agricultural and Life Sciences of University of Tokyo, to present non-timber forest products and geographical indication in Japan. Professor, thanks so much for coming all the way from Japan to Korea. So dear colleagues, please welcome him with a round of applause.
Is it working now? Okay, thank you. So today, thank you very much for this kind invitation. I'm very honored to be here, and particularly Professor Nissen Park for inviting me. I would like to talk a little bit about geographical indications, which are a little bit different scheme than certification scheme. I think my colleague will be talking later. This is a brief introduction of me. I graduated my current university, and I had the honor to be a visiting professor at the Faculty of Forestry in 2017 to 2018 with Professor Yoon. And I also had worked at the CBD on the UNEP on biological diversity. So these are my backgrounds. I'll be presenting some case from mushrooms, apiculture, and I'll talk a little bit about GIs with the shiitake production, mushroom production. The first case is a high value added log production mushrooms, not inside the fabric factory, but it's produced outside in the forests. So there is a comparison that on the left-hand side, you can see the mushroom that is produced in-house, which is more stable. But the Noto prefecture tries to produce mushrooms outside and combine with experience, tourism. So it's an old-fashioned way, but they are trying it. And you can see that there are newcomers, which I show in the graph as new, and there is also a traditional farmers who are producing them. And we try to look at the differences in the productivity, and there are differences, but sometimes not so significant as people would expect. So if you have a traditional or have you had previously practiced a conventional mushroom production, sometimes you're advanced, but not always greatly advanced. And we were looking at why this was the case. And with the introduction of a new highly value-added mushroom, sometimes the knowledge is shared amongst the producers or amongst the family members. But in case of newcomers, they try to stick to manuals, and they stick to what is described in these instructions from the sellers of these mushroom seeds. So this is partially why when whether they have a manual or not is quite critical for the newcomers. So that's one of the findings we had when we analyzed this. I'm sorry. We published this in the Journal of Forest Research back in 2015. So if you have a further interest, so this could be one interesting point. And now I move on to a case in apiculture, which is in the central part of Japan, and they also have actually a habit of eating the insects of the bees. Before they start flying, they collect these sort of babies of the bees, and they have the habit of getting protein from this. But they also have this traditional knowledge and traditional systems how to keep the bees. And for example, it's a very cold area during the winter, so they have some certain methods to keep the places a bit warmer than the rest. This is such an example. And we looked at the different information channels, and the group which says higher in the graph are the group with 50% of the product producers who had a higher rate of production, and the lower ones are the below. And you can see that the ratio of orange is different. So those who obtain knowledge from the family members tend to be tends to have a higher production rate than the lower ones. So where do you get the information of the non-timber forest products is actually quite critical and relevant to productivity. So this can be relevant for other rural areas, but these are the findings which we had from looking at the NTFPs in Japan, mushrooms, and apiculture, that where you get the information, who you get these information are actually interlinked to the productivity of the NTFPs. So, and I'm going to skip this. So who you get the information are also quite different, and how long you do it is also different. These you can find in these journals. We also had one explaining about the historical development in Japan and South Korea. This is actually quite highly cited. I don't know why, but one of the newspaper took it up. And there's a book, and we also explain how these knowledge channels impacts the production of non-timber forest products. Now I'm going to change the subject to, again, back to the mushroom, but actually this time in the south of Japan, where they are affected more with climate change adaptation. So in this area, the precipitation is relatively low, so there are much less rain anyway, but on top of that, we're experiencing extreme climates and also more frequent typhoons. So this is one of the GS site. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with this concept. It's a globally important agricultural heritage system from the FAO, and they were registered as GS because they reuse the water. From the top, you can see different lakes or artificial lakes. So they use the water in cascade manner because the water is very precious. Generally in Japan, we have abundant precipitation and rainfall is rich, but here that is not the case, and they had this cascade use of rainfall, and they created these lakes. And they have experienced drought frequently, And now they are trying to regenerate the broadleaf oak trees to enhance or to maintain actually mushroom production, as you can see in the picture. So this is the precipitation and the temperature in the city. And so it's a little bit complex here, but there are two types of mushroom varieties. It's a mid and high temperature varieties, what we call. So they can regenerate, or they come out even with a mid and high temperature. But the Kunisaki area is famous for low temperature varieties. So the temperature needs to go down to a certain temperature in order, and because they have this character, they have this characteristic that they need the temperature to go down during the winter time. Otherwise, the production rate is quite low. The low temperature varieties are much more labor intensive, and but they get a higher market price because the flagrance is richer, and therefore it's traded at a higher price. And also there are subsidy of purchasing this block of mushrooms in order to maintain these low temperature varieties in the regions. And it's also they're also promoting, asking people to try to purchase them in the online, but they do both for low temperature and middle temperature varieties. And we interviewed the producers, and the producers are relatively old, as you can see, and very male dominant. And a lot of them have over 40 years of production experience, and they are using the logs from this GS area. And fairly small, and production is over 700 kilograms, and so on. So this is the profile of it. And what they have, this is what we ask, what do they sell? And the bottom one, 21, is the low temperature variety which they sell. But you can see that the brand for multiple varieties are also catching up, and it's almost equal. So not only the low temperature ones, but the other brands are also increasing. And the ratio, as you can see, is low temperature production are roughly 40% of what they produce. Oops. So it continues to be produced, but it is actually the smaller ones that are producing it, and those who uses this low temperature brand tend to continue to produce these varieties. So unlike, we thought that the larger scale producers will be more resilient to climate change, but actually it's the smaller producers which are continuing with this low temperature varieties. So that's one of the findings we found out with this things. So we made a test from the responses, and in the bottom line, it's either the smaller ones and at the steep places where they produce. So they're not producing it in a very advantageous topographical characteristics, but these are the ones actually smaller and producing in a less favored conditions, but they were the ones actually continuing to produce with a lower temperature mushroom varieties. So this is published also recently in the Journal of Sustainable Forestry. So if you are interested in, you can find out more details about that. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about non-edible GI products in Japan. This is, you can see the cut in the trees. This is urushi. I don't know actually how to call it. It's a lacquer. Basically, you put it on the wooden pot and to keep it covered. And, oops. Yeah, so these are, oops, sorry, I think I missed some pictures. Yeah, so this is the urushi bottle, and you can see that they also have a Japanese GI marks on it. So, and they also have a recent surge in demand because the Agency of Culture asked the cultural heritage architecture should be using these domestic lacquer, Japanese urushi. So that's why they're getting a lot of attentions. And so they have a very traditional ways of mixing them and producing them. But it's not an end product. That's the difficulty with other NTFPs. It's something that you cannot put on the end product because it's something that you put during the process. So the end product is maybe a bowl with this lacquer, but you don't have a GI mark on that bowl. You can only claim that it's a product with GI ingredients. The other one is charcoal. So this is an end product, but it's not an end product that you can have forever. You're going to burn it. So this is another interesting thing, but they registered this GI product so that they produce it in a very specific way and with a traditional clean. So this is my presentation, but I think I didn't quite explain what the geographical indication is. It's GI is actually a system where you registered a product that is a processing process and also you have to decide an area. So with the GI products, you decide a scope of the area and how that is going to be produced will be also registered. And it's not like a trademark where you claim for rights, but it becomes like a common good for the community. That's why you need to decide on the method how you're going to produce it and the area where that is going to be produced. I'm sorry, I think I'm running out of time, so I'll finish here, and thank you very much for having me.
No, thanks so much, Professor Kosaka. No, actually, you are totally opposite. You actually are totally ahead of time. Yeah, we learned a lot about the status of NTFPs in Japan. And also, it was very nice to see NTFPs in globally important agricultural heritage system, so-called GIAS sites as well. Okay, before actually I introduce the second presenter, I would like to make a small announcement. For the participants who joined us during the break, please be informed that the presentation files are available with the link in the chat room on Zoom. And also you can find the same link on YouTube as well. Okay, now as the second presenter, I would like to introduce Ms. Brownie Morgan, Program Manager of Fairwild. She will present the work of Fairwild as a standard and certification of sustainable trade of wild plants. Dear participants, please join me welcoming her with a round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a wonderful opportunity to be here in person in Korea. Thank you very much to Professor Park for inviting me, and I'd love to share some experience with you about practical tools for upgrading value chains for wild non-timber forest products, experience with the Fairwild Sustainability Standard and Certification System. Okay, so I'm just going to start off with one of the driving concerns about why we developed this sustainability standard, some background on wild plants in trade. So wild plants are a very important resource. The latest data that we have suggests there are about 26,000 plant species with well-documented uses. That's going across different types of use, from medicinal properties to cosmetics to food and all sorts of other uses as well. Of those species, this data is a little out of date, but maybe around 3,000 species are traded in significant volumes in the international trade. But of those 26,000 species, there's only 21% of them that have actually had a conservation status assessment at the global level. So actually, we don't know very much about the conservation status of all these plant species that we rely on. But what we do know is that of those 21% that have been assessed, 10% of them are actually threatened in the wild, so in the threat categories that IUCN Red List define. So there is a concern about plant species. Obviously, there are different threats to them. This is also climate change, habitat conversion, pollution, but use is also an important consideration for some of these species. Okay, the trade itself, this is presenting HS Customs Code data for medicinal and aromatic plants, which indicate that the trade is actually increasing. There's quite a significant global demand for these types of products. So this is not necessarily food information, but medicinal and aromatic plant ingredients. Over the past 20 years, there's been a 75% increase in value, adjusted for inflation, and the volume has also increased by 22%. So there is a significant demand for products. This is actually both cultivated and wild species, but it's, of the little that we do know about the origins of species in trade, it's thought that between 60 and 90% of the different species in trade, at least a portion of the trade is coming from the wild. So there's a significant proportion of this trade that is of wild origin. Okay, what we know about the people, obviously it's been touched on many times in this presentation already, but it's often people from lower income communities who are reliant on the wild plant trade, both for local use and local consumption, but also for cash income. So it's often the people who don't have access to land, who are maybe marginalized in some way, who are particularly reliant. The regulations affecting the trade are also very complex. Often it's forestry regulations that have been adapted to the wild plant sector, which may not really be that appropriate for managing the trade. But a lot of the trade itself is just informal and underreported, so it often doesn't show up in statistics. But around the world, there's also the phenomenon of rural to urban migration, a loss of traditional knowledge, and decline in collectors' numbers. This is particularly apparent perhaps in Europe, where I'm most familiar with the local situation. In many parts of Europe, for example, Eastern Europe and Balkans region, where traditionally this has been a very important source of income, people are moving away from this trade, and it's less, you're less likely to find people who are willing to do this because the income is just not sufficient. That being said, there is a big opportunity in this trade as well. So it's a very valuable sector. A lot of the industries that use wild ingredients, often these species can't be cultivated, either because it's not economic to do so, or perhaps their properties change if you cultivate them. So there is a need to keep sourcing from the wild. And also this can give a lot of positive incentives to manage land sustainably and actually keep it in natural state or semi-natural state. So with Fair Wild, we really promote the trade in wild resources and use of wild ingredients as a positive opportunity where industry and companies that are using these ingredients can make a positive change in the lives of the people who are supplying the ingredients. There are a lot of stories that also can be told about preservation of unique cultures and traditional knowledge associated with wild plants. So I'm from the Fairwild Foundation, which is a Swiss-based non-profit initiative, which was actually set up to manage the Fairwild standard and certification system. There was a longer period of setting the standard that predated the foundation, where a lot of different organizations collaborated to define best practice in sustainable harvesting and trade of wild ingredients. And many of those organizations we still collaborate with today. So, for example, the IUCN Medicinal Plant Specialist Group is one of our partners who we partner with on scientific assessments for the Fairwild certification scheme. I'm also based with Traffic, which is an NGO that works on wildlife trade more generally, and has a program of work around engaging the industry on these types of issues. And actually there's a recent publication with FAO called Wild Check, which I think is not the subject of the discussion today, but would also be a useful resource to look into in future. So a bit more background on the Fairwild Standard and Certification Scheme itself. The Fairwild Standard is a sustainability standard with an associated third-party audited certification system. That means that we don't conduct audit ourselves. We accredit certification bodies, and they will assign inspectors to go and do field assessments of organizations, companies and cooperatives that want to be Fairwild certified. So the standard itself is applicable to plants, fungi and lichen. At the moment, the certification system is fully operational for plants, and we're in the process of expanding it to fungi. And I think discussions over the last couple of days about the importance of fungi in this region really shows that there's a big potential to add value to those types of value chains as well. So Fairwild covers both fair trade principles and also ecological sustainability. It's quite unique that it only focuses on wild collection. Often with other sustainability standards, and there are a lot of them these days, they might touch on wild harvesting, but it's usually not a major focus, so you don't have the same level of detail that you have in Fairwild. It's also a universal instrument, so it can be applied anywhere in the world. We have a Fairwild operation in Spain, and then ones as far afield as Zimbabwe, Somalia, China, India. So really, we want it to be globally applicable, although you really have to adapt it to the context for different types of species and also different types of collection scenarios. So Fairwild was actually the outcome of two standard sitting initiatives that merged. There was quite a lot of development cooperation financing that went into it. The original Fairwild standard was actually supported by the Swiss government and focused on social and fair trade issues, and the other standard was called the International Standard for Sustainable Collection of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, and it had funding from the German government to support its development. And then those two initiatives merged, and we put them together in a comprehensive framework for wild collection. So these are the Fairwild principles themselves. So there are actually 10 principles that apply to wild collection operations, and those are companies or cooperatives that would actually be harvesting the wild plants in practice. And then we have one principle that applies to buyers, so companies that are purchasing ingredients. So there are two principles that cover wild collection and conservation issues. The first principle is really core to Fairwild, and that's about maintaining wild plant resources, so the actual species that's the focus of the harvesting. So basically that species must be harvested at a rate that allows it to be maintained in its habitat and not decline over time. That requires developing species-specific collection instructions and conducting resource assessments to calculate how much can be extracted sustainably. But principle 2 is about looking at that collection in the context of the landscape and making sure there aren't any negative impacts on other species that might be present. So one of the examples I like to give here is the Schisandra berry, which I just learned the Korean name for, which I think is omija. There's a Fair Wild certified operation in Sichuan province in China where the harvesting is in the buffer zone of protected areas for the giant panda. So there was very careful zoning to make sure that the harvesting was not taking place in areas that were important for breeding. And that's just one example of thinking about how the collection fits into the landscape and other species that might be present. There are also 2 principles that cover legal and ethical requirements for wild harvested plants. And that's both looking at formal laws, regulations, and agreements that apply. So at the international level, thinking about things such as the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing and how that legislation is implemented in the source country where the ingredients are being harvested, but also local level regulations such as protection of protected areas and harvesting permits that might be required for harvesting the species. And there's also a principle on respecting customary rights and benefit sharing. And thinking about food security, that could be important if there's a sudden increase in demand for that particular ingredient and it starts to overwhelm traditional uses and traditional management systems. So one of the questions that would be looked at during the audit would be, is the commercial extraction from that area leaving enough of the resource that's also available to local communities? Because that is something that can happen in the global trade. There might be a sudden demand for an ingredient. And I think that was seen during the COVID pandemic, actually, that there was a big spike in demand for certain ingredients. And suddenly we heard of a lot of shortages in the global trade where previously there weren't. And then there are 4 principles that apply to social and fair trade requirements. So usually people harvesting wild ingredients from forests, they're not employees of a company or a collection operation. They're usually selling the ingredient by kilo and being paid in cash. So one of the major things that Fair Wild looks at is the type of relationship between the harvesters and the company that they're selling to. Do they receive fair income? Do they have good information on how much they can sell? And are they fairly treated in that relationship? Fair Wild has criteria on limiting participation of children in wild collection activities. Obviously, in many parts of the world, children are involved to a certain extent in wild collection. They might accompany family members to collect, but it's very clear that they should not be part of the workforce. So we follow ILO criteria on participation of children in non-industrial work situations and quite strictly limit how children could be involved in wild collection. And obviously that's something that would be looked at more in parts of the world where child labour is known to be an issue. Some parts of the world it's not so much of a consideration. Okay, and then finally, there are fair trade aspects. So we both look at the income for harvesters and make sure that they are getting a fair income. And that often involves raising the price over a period of time that is going to the harvesters. And there's also a premium fund concept. So an additional payment by the buyer will go into a fund for collective projects that improve social issues in the community and well-being. There are principles on management, traceability, and business. So while collection is often not very well organized, and under Fair Wild, companies do need to implement traceability, so you can actually trace back where ingredients were harvested from. And there needs to be regular training of the people who are harvesting. Often they will have a lot of traditional knowledge about the species, but also often people involved in the harvesting will change. There might be migrant workers who come in and actually need to be brought up to speed on the species that they're collecting, and particularly things such as confusion with relatives and which areas they can harvest in and which ones are excluded from collection. Yeah, and then finally, Principle 11 for the buyers is a very important principle. So companies that participate in the Fair Wild system need to commit primarily really to paying fair prices, so that they will raise the price that they pay for the ingredients so that it covers the cost of fair payments to the harvesters. That's very important protection. And then it also covers the cost of doing the sustainable management and the certification fees as well. So in a Fair Wild trade chain, at present our audit and certification is for the certified collection operation, so the company that's actually harvesting. And we operate a registration system for companies in the chain of custody for Fair Wild ingredients. This is very much a simplified trade chain, but we have 3 types of company that we distinguish: the collection operation, processors and traders who purchase and sell Fair Wild ingredients, and then the brand companies who can use the Fair Wild label on finished products. And I have an example of a finished product here, which I will share with you later. So the main features of the certification system are that it requires an on-site audit. In the last couple of years, we've been experimenting with remote auditing, as many certification systems have during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're going to look at potentially integrating some remote options into the auditing going forward. But it does require an on-site audit, because you can only really assess sustainability by going to the collection sites and also conducting interviews with the people who are harvesting. Otherwise, you won't find out the information that you need to know. One of the important things as well is that we distinguish between low, medium, and high-risk species. So we wouldn't expect the same kind of management system for a very low-risk species, such as nettle, for example, which is very widespread in many parts of the world, and is the herbaceous part of the plant is harvested and it regenerates very well. Whereas you could have a high-risk species, which might be a species with known conservation concern, where the harvesting is destructive, where you take the root, for example, and it's very slow regenerating species. For those high-risk species, we would apply an additional set of indicators and require much more rigorous management, so good quality mapping and resource assessment data. So finally, thinking about incentives for applying this type of sustainability standard, we do have the Fair Wild label, so brands that participate in Fair Wild can use the label on their products and in their marketing materials. I'd say at present, Fair Wild is better known by the industry than by consumers. We know that we have work ahead of us to raise the consumer profile of this brand, but I think it's becoming quite well known and quite well respected in industry circles. We always promote Fair Wild, often in association with other standards that are of interest to consumers. So organic, for example, tends to be demanded alongside Fair Wild. And there's now quite a range of different products that have the Fair Wild logo on them. So I've brought an example of herbal tea. which has ingredients in it like licorice and elderberry. But there are also other products, including some that I think are quite interesting for this conference, for example, baobab, which is quite a recent ingredient on global markets. It's been consumed in African countries for a very long time, but it's only quite recently that it got its novel food authorization for the EU, for example. So it's starting to become popular in international markets. And while I think there's a lot of potential for baobab, it doesn't really have huge sustainability concerns. Obviously, it's something that needs to be kept an eye on as new markets for ingredients grow, that there is sufficient resource out there that can supply them. So just last few minutes of my presentation, I'll just touch on fair wilds around the world. Just in the policy context, fair wild has been recognised as a tool to support delivery of the CBD's global strategy on plant conservation. So it's in the CBD's toolkit for the GSPC. It's also been assessed as a useful tool in the context of CITES, which is obviously an international regulation which is implemented by governments. But because fair wild is so species-focused, actually a lot of the information that is gathered in the certification process can also be quite useful to government departments in potentially making a non-detriment finding decision, for example. But for the industry, the policy framework that has the most resonance is, of course, the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And fair wild is a very practical tool and framework that can help achieve the SDGs, and particularly that industry can show that they're taking action on issues such as zero hunger and responsible consumption and production. Okay, so fair wild is still quite a small scheme. We're currently in a growth phase. We're trying to move beyond quite a small niche scheme and take it to have a more significant market impact. We have 25 different species from 18 different countries around the world that are fair wild certified, and more than 50 companies who are on board. So these are some of the companies that are involved in fair wild. You can see the logos of some of the brand companies that we're working with, and also the traders and processors. And of course, it tends to be brand companies that have the most concern about demonstrating sustainability to their customers. There's also increasing legal and regulatory frameworks that are starting to create more of a drive. So the US's Lacey Act, and in the EU, due diligence requirements for supply chains. But it's often the traders and the processors who are very instrumental in actually making fair wild happen, because they often have quite close relationships with their suppliers and can provide them with technical and financial support as well. So some of the certified ingredients, a lot of these are relevant to food security and food and nutrition topics. So, well, we also already had Shisandra as an example of an important NGFP in Korea, for example, and many of these other species as well are consumed both locally and in international markets. So the biggest ingredient that's fair wild certified by volume is licorice, which is very widely used around the world, both as a food product and also in cosmetics. And it's often the only stable income for some of the people who are involved in the annual harvest. Yeah, and I think I've already given the example of baobab as well, an ingredient that's currently being promoted as a superfruit with high levels of vitamin C and other important nutrients. And there's a big opportunity for communities in rural Africa to really benefit from that trade, as long as it's done well and in a way that gives them sufficient income. So the companies that we're working with for baobab certification really work very hard to have partnerships with communities and actually ensure that enough benefit is getting back to them. So I think this is my final slide, so thanks very much for the presentation. Just a few priorities for us going forward. One of our main priorities is actually revising the Fair Wild Standard to expand it to additional areas of scope. So particularly, I think, linking in with the focus on ecosystem restoration and new landscape approaches. So I think when Fair Wild was developed, it had quite a perhaps purist idea of natural landscapes and wild species. And of course, the reality is that landscapes can be quite modified. So we want to expand Fair Wild to embrace the sort of grey area between wild harvest and different types of production system. And yeah, also to expand it to additional products like fungi, for example. Yeah, so thank you very much, and I'd love to have any questions about Fair Wild in the discussion part later. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ms. Morgan. Sincere gratitude for your informative presentation. Actually, we learned a lot about opportunities with new wild plants. And also, we are very impressed by your work, and also I look forward to exploring more cooperation opportunities with you and your organization. And I was actually thinking, Omija can be a good entry point for us, for our future cooperation. Okay, so now actually I'd like to change the gear a bit, and we were talking about other countries' cases, and also now I'd like to talk a bit about the NTFPs in Korea. For the third presenter, I'd like to invite Dr. Min Kyung-taek, senior researcher from Korea Rural Economic Institute of the Republic of Korea. He will present the Korean markets on NTFPs, which can complement the presentation delivered by Mr. An this morning. Participants and presenters and panelists, please give him a round of applause.
I'll be making presentation in Korean. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kyung-taek Min, the senior researcher at the Korea Rural Economic Institute. So today, my presentation will be on the Korean market on non-timber forest products. So these are the contents that will be covered in my presentation. In Korea, the non-timber forest products are quite important. You see, as of last year, 7.2 billion won is the production of the non-timber forest products. And there are also the stoned and soiled that account for the total production. So excluding the soiled and stoned and timber, the remaining consists of all non-timber forest products. So 2.5 and 3 trillion won is the production that we have in non-timber forest products. So we have these 6 different categories. The first, the material for landscapes, second, nuts and fruits, and third, wild vegetables, fourth, the mushrooms, fifth, sap, and the sixth, the medicinal herbs. First, now we have the material for landscapes, the wildflowers, and the dwarfed plants, and garden trees. And for the nuts and the fruits, we have chestnuts, walnuts, jujube, bitter persimmons, and the black raspberries and ginkgo nuts. From production and how these nuts and fruits are being consumed in Korea. You see the chestnuts, we have it in now and the jujube is dried for consumption. And the persimmons are dried as well to be consumed in the form of dried persimmon. In Korea, we have a ritual for honoring the ancestors. So what's really important to be placed on the table for these rituals, the major ingredients are the persimmons and the zuzubei. So these are the essentials for the rituals for the ancestors. So we have the chestnuts and the ginkgo nuts and the pine nuts. After going through the process, so these nuts and fruits are being consumed in Korea. And we also have the wild raspberry and acorns. In Korea, the acorn is quite popular. And there is another category, the wild vegetables. So first we have the aster skipper, the fun flakes, and the Chinese bellflower. And if you go to the forest, it's very common that you can see that the Chinese bellflower and the lens Asia belt are cultivated in the forest. And agroforestry was covered in the presentation in the morning session. So in forest farming, the land Asia belt and aster skipper and fun flakes are cultivated a lot in forest farming. But in order to cultivate fun flakes, that you need to cut a lot of trees. So that's one the cons. And there is also the wild greens like a lens Asia belt and the mountain ginseng. And first, you see here in this category of the medicinal herb, you see the wild ginseng and schizandra berry. So if you think about the ginseng, in agriculture, the ginseng is usually cultivated in the field, but for this wild simulated ginseng, it's grown in the forest. And there are many forest mushrooms. The major one is the oak mushroom that you see in the past. So on the trees that the seeds were applied to cultivate oak mushroom. So this method has remained. But now we do have the houses, the manufacturing, the houses where these oak mushrooms are manufactured in large quantities. And the last photo that you see on the bottom right side is the mushrooms are being sold on the market. And now you see the pine mushroom. Pine mushroom cannot be cultivated, so you have to collect it from the pine trees in the forest. And you see a Korea cocos and the black tiger's paw mushrooms. So Korea cocos, yes, they could be cultivated, but they are not cultivated in the field, they're cultivated in the forest. And what you see on the slide is the sap from the white birch. So before the spring comes, at the end of the winter, that you can get sap from the white birch. Of course, that it is being sterilized before being sold. And these are showing the production status of nuts, fruits, wild vegetables, forest mushrooms, and medicinal herbs in Korea. So you can see the amount and the trends of production over the years. So the non-timber forest products are quite important in Korea because, as you know, back in the 1950s that we had a Korean War, and since the end of the war, the forests in Korea have been degraded, and we had a political chaos as well. So back in the 1970s, the forests have been regenerated, And in the forest, the trees were began to be planted, and you see that it takes a lot of time to get some fruits and get some profits from the tree planting. So you need to have other income sources that is coming from the forest. So that's why the government started to support these production of the non-timber forest products. So that's why the chestnut was really prioritized in the Jeollanam-do province and the Gyeongsang-nam-do province. So the chestnuts were produced a lot, and of course now it's produced a lot, and the chestnuts are being exported to Japan as well. But now we have different economic circumstances, so the demand and the supply of chestnuts is a bit different. So now you can see the origin of the non-timber forest products. Each region have different products. So we call these forest products, but many forest products are now being cultivated in the fields. So the raspberries and the persimmons and the jujubes are now being cultivated and grown in the fields. And in fewer cases, they are grown in the forest. But the chestnuts and the old mushrooms and the wild mountain ginsengs are being cultivated in the forest. Now we have less labor available for cultivation of the forest products, and the productivity is higher to raise the forest product in the field. So that's why now the forest products are being cultivated in the fields instead of the forest. So this is showing the figures and the status of the imports and exports of the forest product. Imports are quite higher than the exports. Chestnut used to be exported to Japan, but now the chestnuts from China are being exported to Japan, and the Korean chestnuts are not really competitive in the global market, and the Chinese walnuts and the chestnuts are being imported to Korea as well. And you see the high imports of forest product into Korea with this graph. And the forestry household, if you look at the number of the forestry household, there are 100,000 households. Some are engaged in cultivation and the collection of forest products, and some are engaged in the silviculture. And the majority is engaged in cultivating the forest products. But you see that a significant number is still engaged in collecting. The pine nuts and the saps are the items where these households are engaged in collecting. So even if you raise these non-timber forest products, it's not that these households are engaged in this as their major means to make money. It's they are doing the farming, and as a supplement income source, they're engaged in the cultivation of these forest products. And you see the forestry revenue does not account for much of the income of these households. And within the revenues for forestry that you see, the non-timber forest product account for 90% of the total. So on this slide, you can see the distribution channel and the marketing and the value chain of non-timber forest products. So this is the case of chestnuts. When the producers collect chestnuts from the forest, and then they sell to the wholesale market or collector or the agricultural cooperatives, and then the cooperatives make a degree based on the quality of chestnuts. And there are also the food manufacturer that peel the chestnuts, and then the chestnuts are sold to the large retailers like the supermarkets and the department stores. So the chestnuts are sold in the many different forms. They are roasted and being sold, and some chestnuts are sold with the skin peeled and in its original form. So photos are showing that how the chestnuts are being roasted and how they're being processed in the manufacturing facilities. Now, on this slide, you can see that how the oak mushrooms are collected and cultivated and processed in the manufacturing facilities. Sometimes, in some cases, the oak mushrooms are collected from the forest. In some other cases, these oak mushrooms can be cultivated in large quantities. And there is a wholesale market, and on this wholesale market, the oak mushrooms are being sold in large quantity, and then they are resold to the retail markets. And on each stage, the value of oak mushroom gets changed over time, and you can see the value has been added in each step. In Korea, of course, we're talking about the production of forest products, and non-timber forest products plays a very important role in the forest product production. But now that you see that Korea is in a totally different state now with its economic growth, so the demand for forest products has decreased over the years compared with the past. We have the supply of the many different imported agriculture produce and other snacks available, and the bakery products are available as well. So that's why the demand for this traditional non-timber forest product has decreased. And there is other factor as well. There is an inflow of imported non-timber forest products from China and the US. In particular, the almonds are imported from the US and the chestnuts are imported from China. And you see the labor cost has increased exponentially in Korea. So that's why that we're seeing an increase in production costs. And the population is being aged in the forest household, so that's why the production cost has went up, and all these has affected these changes in the demand and the supply of non-timber forest products. So how can we enhance the competitiveness and the quality of non-timber forest products? And how can we secure the competitive edge as opposed to the imported forest products? And you see the labor cost is quite high, so we can incorporate the advanced technologies to reduce some labor costs. So even with the same wild greens, some wild greens can be cultivated in the manufacturing facilities like the greenhouse, but there could be the other ways to produce the wild greens with less cost. So eco-friendly, the cultivation methods could be the option that we can have in reducing this labor cost. and the certification for eco-friendly cultivation or the tracking for the eco-friendly production could also be the options to increase the competitiveness of the non-timber forest products. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Dr. Min, for your informative presentation. We'll learn why NTFPs became so important historically in the Republic of Korea, and also how the demand has changed, and the main challenges that we are facing, and also the ways forward. So now I would like to invite the last presenter of today's session, but you already met with the person so many times already, Professor Park Mi-sun, Associate Professor of Graduate School of International Agricultural Technology of Seoul National University. She will deliver a presentation on the traditional knowledge and NTFPs. Please give her a round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Nara, for introducing me. In the morning session and at the afternoon session, we have already mentioned to recognize the value of non-timber forest products. I think I don't need to emphasize the value of non-timber forest products again. But I'd like to highlight how we bring the value of non-timber forest products to the society. And I mean to the market and in the trade process. So now I'd like to emphasize the traditional knowledge based non-timber forest products. The traditional knowledge has been recognized at the global society through the UN Convention on Biological Diversity and UN Convention to combat desertification. This is a global convention to respect and highlight the maintenance of traditional knowledge. We follow the global negotiation process highlighting traditional knowledge. This famous book, Dr. John Parotek, currently the president of UFRO, he created a new research field on traditional forest knowledge, the values and the role of traditional forest knowledge. That we can identify traditional knowledge, the meaning as a cumulative body of knowledge, the practice, and belief. It is transferred through generations, mostly mouth to mouth. And UFRO, the International Union of Forest Research Organization, it created a new research group over 10 years ago, the traditional forest knowledge. Currently, I'm a coordinator of a research group, Traditional Forest Knowledge of UFRO. We are organizing the conference and the research meeting and special issue, including traditional forest knowledge and the sustainable forest management. But this symposium highlights the food for the research within forests. Then I come back to the research trend, the previous research on non-timber forest products and the traditional knowledge. The one research area is biodiversity conservation. Through sustainable use of the wild plants or wild species, we could consider the need or demand of biodiversity conservation in the field. Through using the edible wild plants at the mountainous area in forest, that we could consider the biodiversity conservation for sustainable gathering of edible wild plants, for example. Another research area is forest resource inventory and monitoring. Through gathering practice, we can get information and knowledge related to the forest ecosystem. Through the practice in gathering, we can collect forest resource-related data, and it is deeply related to forest resource inventory and monitoring. The other research area, the gap between traditional knowledge and modern knowledge. In the current society, we have a gap between different types of knowledge. For decision making, we need the scientific evidence related to the traditional knowledge. We need not all the style of traditional knowledge. I mean, we need the current type of knowledge for decision making. Professor Ryoko Osaka measured the gap between traditional knowledge and modern knowledge through this research. Then another part is non-timber forest products, the traditional knowledge, and forest management. You can imagine easily the traditional knowledge contribute to managing forest sustainably. In the case of Korean native beekeeping, we measured the social, economic, and environmental contribution of native beekeeping to sustainable forest management. Then we could consider the interlinkage among non-timber forest products, the traditional knowledge, and sustainable forest management. As you can see, we have long history of the gathering non-timber forest product. It is one example, the beekeeping in Japan. It has all the history in beekeeping. And also we have also long history in collecting wild ginseng. Currently we cultivate ginseng at the mountainous area. We mentioned the wild simulated ginseng. But according to historical record, we have the history in collecting wild ginseng. Through tribute system, due to lack of amount of wild ginseng, the people tried to cultivate the wild ginseng at the mountainous area. Then currently we cultivate wild simulated ginseng in Korea. Then now we can consider what kind of challenge with non-timber forest products and the traditional knowledge. We have lack of information and database on non-timber forest products and traditional knowledge. We mentioned traditional knowledge, but very few scholars measured the traditional knowledge. At first, we need a list of the traditional knowledge related to non-timber forest products. For this kind of activities, we need more investment, traditional knowledge-based non-timber forest products. I mean, the R&D. Today, at the morning session, Professor Jugon Kim mentioned we need expansion of the R&D to non-timber forest products. The other part, Dr. Min mentioned, and another presenter also mentioned competitiveness of the non-timber forest products in the market. I mean, competing with another agricultural product. We should bring value, in particular, additional value of traditional knowledge-based non-timber forest products. Then the other part we could consider institutional and policy approach to traditional knowledge-based non-timber forest products. I bring some cases and then you can understand what kind of institutional and policy approach is necessary. It is one example. We conducted a systematic review on wild simulated ginseng. We analyzed the research trend of wild simulated ginseng. We found 5 research categories: the medicinal effects and metabolic analysis, the genetic diversity, the cultivation condition, the bioactive compounds. Then many researchers tried to measure component elements of wild simulated ginseng and its effect, the impact of wild simulated ginseng. It means for communicating with the people, we should bring information. What is the value, what is effect of non-timber forest products to the human, to health, the well-being? They need one to have this kind of information. It is important evidence for making decisions to facilitate non-timber forest products industry. Then we could consider here the opportunity of non-timber forest products and traditional knowledge. We could add values of non-timber forest products to the market, not only the medicinal values, but also the cultural value. Then we could consider how we can use the value of traditional knowledge in gathering or cultivating non-timber forest products. Then I would like to highlight the industrial and institutional process of non-timber forest products toward the bioeconomy. How can we use the cultural value of traditional knowledge in cultivating or gathering non-timber forest products? The globally important agricultural heritage system by FAO, the GIAS, was launched in 2002, and it highlights the recognition of the traditional agricultural system, including biodiversity and traditional knowledge, of course, agricultural system, in particular, the cultural system. In Korea, we have 5 sites of GIAS. And in Korean government created Korea's important agricultural heritage system. This system also includes agricultural product, but we could see some non-timber forest products are included belong to the Korea's important agricultural heritage system and also GIAS by FAO. It is a designation criteria of the Korea important agricultural heritage system and also FAO 5 key criteria of GIAS. Then you can see the biodiversity, priority, and traditional knowledge system. We could use this value in communicating the effect or impact of non-timber forest products in cultural background. The other part is bioeconomy. I cannot explain the concept of bioeconomy, but we can use biological resources to facilitate economy. Not only high level of biotechnology, we can also use the traditional knowledge. It is a recent book. It will be published in December. The Bioeconomy and Non-Timber Forest Products, UFRO Task Force, the Unlocking Non-Timber Forest Products and Bioeconomy. I and the Ms. Han-Sol Lee from AFOCO, wrote 1 chapter, Operational Transition Pathway to Forest-Based Bioeconomy, the lesson from the wild simulated ginseng industry in Korea. Now, how we can go to a transition pathway to bioeconomy? Then we can consider the 4 categories. The institution is necessary for transition. We need organizational structure for facilitating the non-timber forest product industry. And Dr. Min mentioned we should consider the value chain, the supply chain. And the other part is governance, the stakeholders, how we can collect their knowledge and how they can participate in decision-making process. The other part is the research and technology. It is a really weak part of South Korea. We need more research and we need more technology the adapted technology for cultivating non-timber forest products. Then I can suggest three-step approach. The phase one, we could stabilize the production system. Many kind of non-timber forest products has informal trade process, and it is unstable, and the prices can be also unstable, and traceability has a weakness in production and consumption. Then we could stabilize the production system. The next phase, and we could improve value chain and cultivation condition. Then we should know the information and cultivation condition of non-timber forest products through R&D. The final phase, we could develop the bioindustry using non-timber forest products, highlighting traditional knowledge. I mean, we need have industrial approach, not informal trade among people. We need a system. It is one example, the GIAS and GI mentioned by Professor Kosaka. And in Korea, we have also the GIAS system, the Korean Agricultural Heritage System. We can add GI related to non-timber forest products. Then, finally, I can say the morning session, we tried to diagnose the current status of non-timber forest products and the contribution of agroforestry to food security. At first, we need to diagnose the value of traditional knowledge-based non-timber forest products. And we could specialize the market, in particular, health food market. It is a big market at the global society. Then we could introduce industrial process and institutional support. And I'd like to highlight we need more communication, the market-related communication, and also industry-related communication for facilitating this supply and consumption chain. And it is deeply related to rural development. Finally, after this symposium, I'd like to suggest we could submit a proposal with this issue, forests and food, the challenge and opportunity. We are considering target journal, trees, forests, and people. I have a plan to submit a proposal in December 2022. Then we could have deadline for submitting article the next year, next December 2023. If you have interested, then you can, please let me know. You can write any style of article, research article, communication article, review article, or your opinion letter. Thank you for your attention. It is the research team that supported this topic. I think we will see you again at another conference or symposium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Brock. Yeah, we definitely see that there will be lots of cooperation opportunities with you. Taking the opportunity, I'd love to thank all the presenters for the insightful presentations. When I started serving as a moderator, my colleagues actually told me that the most important qualification to be a good moderator is keeping time. And I think in this sense, I did a great job today because we are totally on track thanks to the presenters. So before actually we start the panel discussion of session 3, we will have a short break until 3:40. In order to make necessary arrangement for the panel discussion. We will resume here at 3:40. Thank you. Dear participants, thanks so much for your patience. Now, as we resume the session, and please allow me to introduce the moderator of the panel discussion, Professor Lee Yo-han, Associate Professor of Department of Agriculture, Forestry, and Bioresources of Seoul National University. And also, as introduced earlier, we have three distinguished panelists. Mr. Sven Werther, Senior Forestry Officer of FAO, to talk about FAO's efforts on enhancing food security through forests. Dr. Kim Hyun-gun, General Manager of the Forestry Income Support Office of Korea Forestry Promotion Institute, to talk about the current NTIP status of Korea. Mr. Arturo Bolondi, Natural Resources Management Specialist of the World Bank, who will share his experience on the ground. And also we are joined by the presenters as well. So please join me welcoming them with a round of applause. Professor Lee, please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for participating in the third session of upgrading the trade and the market of non-timber forest products. I'm Yohan Lee. I just introduced professor at SNU and the chair of panel discussion today. Before we start the discussion, let me briefly explain what we had from presenters in this afternoon. First, we had the first presentation about non-timber forest products and the geographical indication in Japan by Professor Ryo Kosaka. He shows multiple case studies, beekeeping and honey production, mushroom production, and sap production, and others in Japan. And for second presentation, Fair Wild Standard and Certification of Sustainable Trade of Wild Plants by Ms. Brioni Morgan. She talked about some key features of standard and certification about Fair Wild. I think, this really provide some resource management and business practice model to be ecologically, socially, and economically sustainable manners throughout the supply chain of wild collected products. And for third presentation, Korean market on non-timber forest products, presented by Dr. Kyung-taek Min. He talked about non-timber forest products in South Korea, such as bonsai, nuts and fruits, wild vegetables, forest mushrooms, and sap, etc. And the last presentation, Traditional Knowledge and Non-Timber Forest Products by Professor Mi-sun Park. She talked about some example about wild ginseng in Korean case. So today we have three panelists. So now let me invite them for starting the discussion. So for discussion, each panelist may have 5 to 10 minutes for discussion. So first, Mr. Sven Werther, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Can you start?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Very good. Okay, so thanks a lot. Thanks for the invitation, and it was great to join you. I'm joining you from Italy, from headquarters of the Food and Agriculture Organization. So now it's 7 o'clock in the morning here. I joined you after the lunch break, and it was very interesting to follow the discussions on the topics you just mentioned. I would highlight 6 points which I heard in the discussion and also read in the background document, and which I would like to comment on. It's on food and nutrition, market and production, certification, on the bioeconomy, and the way ahead. From FAO side, we can see that the topic is relevant, the collection, production of wild foods in order to contribute to food security. We heard about the 3 to 6 billion people who depend on non-wood forest products and who use them. We did a recent study on forest proximate people, and we realized that we have about 4 billion people who live 5 kilometers from forests, and 3 billion people 1 kilometer from forest. And we know that we have a greater diversity, a dietary diversity when we come closer to forest. So non-wood forest products remain important for people living close to forests, but also obviously when it comes to trade. We have 1 billion people who depend on wild foods. And if you think about global food system, we roughly depend on 200 products, 200 plants for feeding the world. But we have 400,000 plant species overall. And we might have 10,000 crops who are actually considered to have a high potential value to food security. So let's tap into this potential. Let's promote the sustainable use of non-timber forest products. From our side, what we will continue to do is to provide information, and that symposium is so important to share this information, to increase awareness on the importance, but also to find avenues to mainstream the wild collection into policies and to promote policy coherence. We do have good examples about success stories. FAO is active, for example, in Africa in the Great Green Wall, and there we try to link the aspects of ecosystem restoration with the promotion and the security of food security. And we had good results, for example, in Senegal, in Niger, in Nigeria, to reduce food insecurity by including non-wood forest products in ecosystem restoration. And I think from Bryony we heard about this, how can we better when we come to ecosystem restoration to restore degraded lands to take into account food crops. So wild food are relevant and become even more relevant. The second one is, and we also heard it in the earlier session, that we see that there's an increasing demand and trade in these products. Let's keep in mind that 60 to 90% of the international traded medicinal plants are, for example, wild collected. With traffic, we did a study on this, a wild check, and you will find some more information there. And indeed, as mentioned in the chat, also the COVID pandemic contributed to an increase in the demand in these products. But the value and the importance is something at stake at the global level. As I said, I'm German, I'm sitting here in Italy, and also in Europe, for example, the value of the wild collected products roughly corresponds to 70% of the annual roundwood production in Europe. So it is important also compared to the wood sector. Same applies, for example, in Zambia. We did some recent studies there, and the volume of wild foods in Zambia corresponds to 125% of the sawnwood production in the country. So it is important, and also from the number of people, we have some 90% in Europe who are regularly collecting non-wood forest products. We heard something about developing the value chains, and one issue we would like to further dig into is to look into the employment of the sector. How many people are involved, and how can we basically support also the transition from an informal to a formal market? We do have some numbers about some 100,000 people, for example, employed in cork sector, some 350,000 people involved in the trade of non-timber forest products in Cameroon, and so on. But we need better data. We need to have stronger evidence, in particular when it comes to green jobs. Furthermore, when we look into the marketing, we heard for Baobab and others, so we heard about global markets, but we also need to look into the local markets, as they can be larger, they can be more reliable and more sustainable. So let's look into the commercialization of NTFPs at all levels. Another point I wanted to make is on the certification, and it was great to see the presentation on the wild standards. traffic made, and that is, I think, one. And as we said, there are different schemes existing. Also, geographical indication is something very relevant. We did recently a symposium also on the GI, and we identified some of the action points. And that is, from our side, to further promote and identify good practices, but also to look and to analyze the cost and benefits of any kind of certification schemes in order to see what is the market potential of these products, who is willing to pay the premium, and for what kind of products is that valid. Of course, that also includes capacity building and provide support to local producers. We need to address and have to keep in mind the danger of success. So what would be the impact if we increase the commercialization of certain products, for example, on the local livelihoods? I think that is something we need to keep in mind. That's why further research will be required, and of course also capacity building along the value chain. Just now there was a very interesting discussion on the bioeconomy, and it's great to see also the reference to the upcoming publication on NTFPs and their contribution to the bioeconomy. Indeed, I do believe that we need to look beyond the biorefineries and the high-tech processing and plants, and obviously make clear that also non-wood forest products are part of a growing bioweed economy. Forests are actually the most important biological infrastructure. So NTFPs are part of a package to help countries to transit to a bioeconomy, meaning to promote a sustainable use of natural resources and renewable resources in particular. Let's keep into mind that the global consumption of natural resources is expected to double until 2060, but for the time being, only 25% are supplied by biomass. So how can we increase the share of renewable material, of climate smart material? We have the COP going on, and to promote the reuse and recyclability. I think all this is something which is a unique opportunity to promote non-wood forest products. Last point from my side, the way ahead. There are 4 points I would like to highlight, which I hope we can also come back during our discussions. And of course, we heard about that in the previous session. The first thing, how can we secure the conservation and sustainable supply of non-wood forest products? As we heard from Bryony, we want to keep them in the wild, but how can we secure a sustainable use, knowing that we have limited knowledge on their availability, on the resource base, and on the sustainable harvesting levels? So we need to further invest in this, provide proper monitoring systems to assess both the ecological sustainability and also to keep the equilibrium and the availability, but putting smallholder farmers in the center of our support. And that is strongly related to the traditional knowledge we just heard in the previous presentation. We obviously need to build competitive, equitable, and sustainable value chains. And that's something where, again, capacity building, market information will be key, and maybe GI and other certification systems will help us actually to build these value chains, but also to ensure that it increases the access to nutritious and healthy food for all. Enabling conditions policy coherence, that's something which is of course also a key from our side, from FAO, as being a UN entity and bringing all our member countries together. How can we address the complex regulations we heard and provide a coherent policy framework to foster innovation and knowledge transfer regarding to non-wood forest products and capacity building? Obviously, from FAO side, we are a hub of data provision, data gathering. That's something where we need joint forces at the global level, at the country level, also with the national statistics offices, to improve the visibility of non-wood forest products and to improve also data collection on production and trade. So let me conclude by saying it is time to rethink our global food system. We need to further build resilient local food systems, and NTFPs are part of that strategy to help us to preserve the traditional knowledge, the traditional forest foods, to integrate them and to stabilize, to ensure sustainability of our food system, but also to link nature conservation on the one side, the sustainable use of forest resources on the same side, while at the same side support better nutrition. I think in that regard we can have a win-win situation, and I trust that this symposium will help us to find the pathways to move ahead. Let me stop here at this point in time and give back the microphone to the moderator. I'm looking forward to our discussions on the topic. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Walter. Thank you for valuable remarks and comments on today's presentations, and also provide very valuable suggestions. So maybe I think presenters will have a chance later, but is there any presenter who want to give some words here? Okay, later maybe we can, you can have another chance to make some comments on it. Okay, then for the next panelist, Dr. Hyung-gun Kim, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be making the discussion in Korean. As introduced, I am Hyung-gun Kim, the General Manager of the Forestry Income Support Office at the Korea Forestry Promotion Institute. I've listened to all 4 different presentations. And Mr. Walter, thank you very much for your informative discussion. While listening to the presentations and discussion, I felt that we're engaged in this field of forest products, but in terms of policy capacity and the programs, we're quite lacking. We do not have enough initiatives and the programs for forest products. So a case in point is illustrated in the presentation of Professor Park. Yes, based on the traditional knowledge, we learned and we think about how we cultivate these forest products, but we do not have the database on this traditional know-how and knowledge, and there are not much efforts being made to build this database of knowledge. The Professor Park took an example of wild ginseng, and these traditional the ginseng cultivation methods are being applied to the cultivation of mountain ginsengs and wild ginsengs, but there are many different opinions on how we should cultivate these wild ginsengs, which means we do not have one clear manual on the cultivation of mountain ginseng. Therefore, the effort should be made in policy, and because this will affect the cultivation trends of the wild ginseng and the mountain ginsengs going forward. In Korea, yes, Dr. Min illustrated how what kind of different NTFPs that we have. So the raw forest products are being traded in the Korean market as well, and we have many different categories and many different products available. In Korea and abroad, there is lack of awareness on this NTFPs. In Korea, many consumers are not really aware of are not aware of what kind of NTFPs are available. So when they think of forest product, they just think of chestnuts, walnuts, and the oak mushrooms. So how are we going to educate consumers on these NTFPs and build this market base? So we should also define the solutions to do that as well. And in the first presentation, the Professor Ko Saka presented on the geographical indication of NTFPs. In Korea, as regards to the NTFPs, there are 56 forest products that have GI, the geographical indication. And I know that you have gotten the souvenir with a pine nut from Gapyeong, which also has the GI. Once the product has a GI, there must be incentives because the GI requirements needs to be met by the producers. There must be the benefits and incentives provided to the producers so that we can have a sustainable GI for the forest products, but not much effort is being made on this as well. So we do have this great certification of geographical indication, but for actual consumers and suppliers and the producers, these are not really well recognized and not much interest is placed on geographical indication and other certifications. So for NTFPs, certification needs to be worked on more through more endeavors and projects. And so that's it for my discussion.
Thank you for valuable comments on today's presentations. He more focused on the certification system in Korea and also how to maintain the current system sustainably. So we can talk about the issue later together. Okay, and last but not the least, the third panelist, Mr. Arturo Bolondi. Are you there?
Yes.
Yep. Yes, please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations to all for making it to the last presentation of the conference. It was a very rich day. We learned a lot and definitely many more things to think about as we continue our day and our weeks on this very important topic. I would just want to refer to, since most have been discussed already on global approaches, global trends, I would like to bring back the discussion to a story from a small country in Southeast Asia called Laos, where I am calling from now in Vientiane. Lao PDR is a very special country. It's a country with a relatively small population of 7 million people, but as 62% of its territory is actually currently covered by forest, and 70% of the population lives in and around forest areas. It is special because it is surrounded by true giants, China, Vietnam, Thailand, which are not just giants in population, but also among the biggest markets for non-timber forest products. So as you would imagine, Laos, because of its geographic and historical position, has a wealth of culture and diversity, as well as a unique biodiversity in terms of ecosystems and forest products. So A couple of statistics just to set the context. The World Bank conducts an exercise in every country called the natural capital valuation. Now, this work aims to put economic value on nature as an asset, and this aims to inform Ministry of Finance, decision makers, on the true value of the economy, and therefore when trade-offs are to be decided in terms of infrastructure or investment, to truly account the value of nature in it. So one of the indicators of this natural capital valuation work is wild food. And with 2018 data, the total value of wild food in Lao PDR was assessed at $2.4 billion US. In a lower middle income country, this is a substantial amount. In 2022, the bank conducted a more granular assessment in communities around protected areas and found out that the consumption of wild food amounts to close to $500 worth per year per family. We're talking about families with an annual income of less than $2,000 on average. So you would imagine more than a fourth of the income is spent on wild food. At the same time, the cash income of this very same family, so 30% of it comes from the sale of NTFPs. So once again, not just harvesting for consumption, but harvesting for money. And this is only second to sale of cattle and equivalent to sale of traditional agriculture crops. So you would imagine that for hundreds of thousands of people, NTFPs are true foundation of the family economy. Now, very quickly, what does the World Bank do in general and in Laos? Well, on top of research and policy advisory, the World Bank is a bank, and so it invests in the government priorities to stimulate the economy and improve shared prosperity. In Lao PDR, the bank is investing in the government of Laos program on sustainable forest management and poverty reduction, and has an approximate portfolio of $100 million of ongoing financing in the sector. Now, I want to spend the remainder of my time to tell you just a story about two NTFP value chains in Laos of two different products that sort of embody these two main priorities of the country for sustainable forest management on one hand and reduction of poverty on the other, which sort of links to what Sven and others have been talking about today, which is how to maintain forest cover and climate objectives while, of course, improving the livelihoods of the people. These two products are the cardamom in production forests and a variety of mushroom in conservation forests. So forests in Laos are divided for different management objectives. The production forests are managed for harvesting timber. Now, because of past illegal logging, a logging ban has been in place in the country, and no legal timber harvesting could happen for the last 10 years, with obvious negative impact on national revenues, as well as on local community income who would survive of this sustainable logging. At the same time, a big pull from China came for the production of cardamom. Now, cardamom is a product that is widely consumed in China in traditional medicine and in making drinks and tea. And a Chinese company traveled across the border to the neighboring province of Udomsai and established a local nursery to grow a variety of cardamom that is suitable for the climate and for that market. Now, the special thing of cardamom is that it grows best under shade. So that area was perfect to grow it. And so the ideal place for growing it is actually a degraded forest that is restoring to build up the timber stock again. So local villagers, with the facilitation of the district authority, got very much involved in this business. The Chinese company provided extension support and capacity building, as well as seedlings and fertilizers. And local villagers in those mountain communities started to grow in cardamom under their village forest. Now, the project was very successful. This is a truly demand-based. I mean, there is very little donor financing in this, private sector led, and price at the farm is close to $17 per kilo for dried cardamom, which again is quite substantial. So poverty reduction impact, positive. Forest management impact, well, surprisingly, in addition to, of course, not disturbing the regrowth of natural forest, there is a more forest governance dimension that was highlighted, and that is the clear delineation or zonation of the village forest by family plots. So different families agreed to divide the village forest in certain areas. Each family is responsible to maintain that area for cardamom production. And maintaining means weeding, clearing up, avoiding fire hazard. And that, of course, helped the regrowth of trees for potential future wood production. So once again, not just immediate poverty reduction, but also potential future sustainability outcomes. Second, product value chain. We move to the other management category of forests, which is conservation forests or national parks or protected areas. These areas are managed mainly for conservation of biodiversity and ecosystem services. So we move to the northeast of the country, the Namet Puloy National Park, and the product is the Hedko mushroom. Hedko is a local word. And this is a specific mushroom that grows in symbiosis with wild chestnut trees. Now, the highest presence of these trees is in the totally protected zone of the park. And surprisingly, in the past, there was a problem of illegal logging. So the most presence of these trees, not surprisingly, is in the most protected area. But at the same time, of course, because of the largest presence of trees, there is a large presence of mushrooms as well. And so if the trees are left in place, these mushrooms can yield twice a year and bring up to $35 to $40 per kilo at farm level to traders. So once again, huge income opportunity potential, estimates in millions of dollars just for the small district and few villagers living there. Of course, there is, once again, so poverty reduction potential very high. Forest governance implication for decision makers and managers complicated because, of course, as we learned through the day, it is sometimes difficult to conjugate conservation objectives with poverty reduction. And if the park managers' authorities were to allow the local villagers free access to the total protection zone to harvest mushrooms, there is, of course, risk for leakage into other products, rare wildlife, illegal logging, which of course would go against the conservation objectives of the park. So a dialogue is ongoing, and there might be ways to organize a sustainable harvest under certain conditions. So this, what do I want to say with this? Well, these are examples of very local value chains for local products that are quite short. I mean, they are transboundary just across the border. One last thought on certification. And to bring sort of that very interesting debate we had earlier on a very specific localized case for a low-income, low-capacity country. The important thing when considering or recommending certification in our experience on the ground is know your market. In this particular case, as I just described, the main market is bordering provinces of China. The value chain moves along informal channels through small traders that travel across the border. Now with COVID, it's a little bit more difficult because the borders are closed, but they travel anyway. Across the border, directly to the village gate, buy it from the farmers. There is very little formalization and homogeneity in production, sort of beyond the technical extension provided by the company itself. So once again, as it was said, cost and benefit. What would be the cost, and not just cost for the certification itself and who would pay it, but also the cost of compliance and the indirect cost of exposing some sort of informal production to a more formal way of producing where the market is not yet ready for it. I'm not arguing against certification, I'm just saying that thorough analysis of the market and the product and the value chain should be undertaken before officially recommending it. Final point. I mean, we've been hearing today that forests are like supermarkets. Sure, a lot of food can be found in the forest, a little less convenient to get it maybe, but that's just a lot. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all the organizers for the very rich discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolondi. Low PDL case really helped us to understand how non-timber forest products happened in practice, and we also learned there are huge potential for the local people from non-timber forest products, not just for conservation but also income generation and other things. Yeah, we may extend our discussion further. Now I would like to invite some questions from our floor and also online through Zoom. We already got some questions from Zoom, so let us have those questions first.
There are 2 questions and comments from Zoom, so I will deliver them to the panel by reading the questions out loud. The first question and comment is from Ms. Juan Park, PhD student from KDI School of Public Policy and Management. And she starts by, wonderful presentation. I wish I can hear more from Ms. Brianni Morgan. To my understanding, one of the major constraints for non-timber forest product producers in local communities is limited access to the market. And I would like to know if the Fair Wild certificate also intends to address this issue of access to the market. And also, I do agree with the points from Professor Mison Park raised in her conclusion, particularly for the need of transforming informal production by having regular monitoring system in place. And I would like to add that it might be necessary to monitor and assess the climate impact on the production of non-timber forest products, as they are more vulnerable than the agricultural products to the environmental shocks such as fire or droughts. And the second question and comment is from Ms. Hanso Lee from AFOCO. To all the speakers in the session 3, thank you for remarkable presentations. Regarding the use of international certificated levels such as GS and Fair Wild, what are the big merits compared to the using a domestic level? Because from my experience, domestic consumers will prefer to choose the familiar certification rather than using an international standard. Also, I'm curious that how to overcome the gap between domestic and international regulations, policies, standards for producing and consuming wild plants. Especially Ms. Brianni Morgan, what are the popular wild plants during the pandemic period? Could you share with us?
Okay, who will start first? Professor Mison Park, can you start?
Yes, thank you for the question. I have understand it's monitoring the related and also the climate the vulnerability of non-timber forest products. As I mentioned, in the field, in practice, although we recognize the value of non-timber forest products, we have limited data, and we have limited the non-timber forest related inventory. At first, that's why I highlighted we need more the survey and R&D, and this kind of activity is necessary for collecting the data in cultivating non-timber forest products. as well as the production and consumption of non-timber forest products. Then we could check what is impact of climate change or any biodiversity loss through the monitoring. An important part is the monitoring. It should be conducted through cooperation with farmers. And it's not any governmental agency or another agency can go to the field. It is also possible, but we need a community-based monitoring for the sustainable production of non-timber forest products. Actually, I have this question, but can I add one more? The chair? Okay. Yeah. Because all panelists highlight the certification. I agree the importance of certification. The certification is a market-based mechanism, but in principle, we can say the certification is informational instrument. It means the people should understand the meaning of certification. What kind of meaning of this label, the Fair Wild certification, GI, in the market, then the non-timber forest products can get the incentive as the Dr. Kim highlighted. Then we need more communication about non-timber forest products and certification process. We need interpretation of the meaning of the value of non-timber forest products and certification in the market. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. For the next question, actually this belongs to multiple presenters, but for the next, Ms. Brioni Morgan, there are 2 or 3 questions. Let me summarize it. First one of the major constraints for non-timber forest product producers in local communities is limited access to the market. So she wanted to know if the Fair Wild certificate intended to address this issue. And the second one is about internationally certificated labels. So this is belongs to multiple presenters here. And also, Ian also asked about the gap between domestic and international regulation policy, etc. So, Ms. Blondie, can you answer for that?
Sure. I'll try to answer the question about access to markets. This certainly is a big issue for rural enterprises and producers, and it's certainly not one that the Fair Wild Standard and Certification Scheme can solve on its own. I think the question always access to which market, and as Sven Walter said, sometimes it may be domestic markets or local use that is more stable and actually more appropriate. So it's not always a good idea to build up expectations of rural communities that they will be able to access international markets. It's not always feasible, but they can do, and we've seen a lot of examples where there are successful value chain linkages. So Fair Wild value chains tend to be a bit shorter than many international trade chains, and the parties tend to know each other quite well. So there's quite a lot of cooperation between companies. The most successful examples we've really seen is where there's a buying company that is involved at the beginning of working on a certification, who are committed to the process and really work to establish responsible trade partners as well all along the trade chain, who will work with the suppliers, the real rural communities, and support them to access markets. But in terms of more broader work to help rural communities access markets and gain more value to their products, I think that's also the role of government agencies and other partners who can support that work. And I think it's a big job that we all need to cooperate on. Sorry, I don't remember. Was there another question as well for me? I think there was a question about... oh, sorry. Okay. Yes, okay. Well, I think international recognized certifications can provide value addition. Yet domestic certifications may be more in demand for particular domestic markets. FairWild is also available as a framework and a tool that can help actually development of a domestic certification where that's desirable and appropriate. But we do also want FairWild to be recognized. Okay, popular wild plants during the pandemic period. There's actually a publication on this by Traffic, our partner organization, called Invisible Trade, Wild Plants Are New in the Time of COVID, and they gathered some information. But I think it was wild plants that have immune-boosting properties or are thought to have those properties, and also plants that are used very widely in cough and cold remedies, because obviously a lot of people have been sick with COVID. So things that have been traditionally used, like licorice, I also think had quite a spike in demand. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, feel free to answer. Yeah, thank you. I think one question being raised is what was the advantage of this international certificate? And for GI, it's kind of clear that if you have an agreement, the domestic registration can become a tool for international trade. For example, if you register GI in Japan, and if the European Union agrees, then there's a mutual recognition. So that's an obvious point plus compared to trademarks. So that's one thing. Second point, if I may continue. Know the market, that's very true. We have an example of white honey in Cameroon, for example, which was developed by the development agency from Europe. I think it was Dutch agency. But it took 20 years. And the buyers in Europe started to recognize the added value. So it's not a short-term goal, but it takes a lot of time. Second point, it did not quite contribute to recovery of forests. It did promote plantation, in my understanding, but it was not strong enough to halt the deforestation. So there is ongoing discussion whether these tools of information are enough to halt the trends. So that's another point we need to keep in touch. And lastly, you raised an important point that we need to educate consumers, but I also think we need to educate the foresters or the forest policymakers, because in Japan, if we say TNF, non-timber forest products, people would go, oh, there is one section, but the mainstream people always think the mainstream has to be the wood, and the mainstream has to be the conifer trees, not broad trees and so on. So that's ingrained. And I also discussed about this seminar, and people said, oh, food security has to do with forests. Mm-hmm. So we have a lot of room for mainstreaming the food and forest, and I congratulate Ms. Sun for this successful seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting point. Yeah, we need to educate policymakers as well. Okay, we also have another comment from Mr. Sven Walter. Would you like to make further comments?
Yes, I would love to, because I find this discussion extremely interesting, and of course also all the inputs from the panelists. One comment I wanted to do is on the monitoring of, we need all more information, that's what we said, and I think we have to do it really at all levels. One point that we heard from Arturo, the great work from the World Bank, they collected data on wild food, and so one aspect is when we do this type of surveys at the national level, when it comes to employment, when it comes to diets, we need to include that aspect of wild food in the surveys. Only if we use them and when we include them, we will get the information, from the ground. I think that's something, a task for all of us. Then, as I mentioned earlier, how is then this information collected and further spread through, for example, the national statistic offices? If they are not collected there, then again, the information gets lost. And the third level is then when you go to the international level, we have customs, we have classification systems like the harmonized systems. There also we need to ensure that major products are included. That's something what we are doing, for example, when it comes to bamboo and rattan with the international network on bamboo and rattan, INBA and others. So this is a constant work, and I think we are all called upon there to work with colleagues in other areas like with the statisticians. We need to educate them. I think that's very important. When it comes to the access to market, again, this type of market information or information is key. But then, of course, capacity building on best practices, on processing, on markets. I think there is a big continuous work to be done, and that we only can do and have to do in partnership, for example, with the private sector. We heard about the value chains and the short value chains, and one message I got also from Arturo's story from Laos is, and we see it also, for example, in Africa, how to promote the multifunctionality of forest so that we can use forest for different products and different services. Karman was one very good example that, of course, you can combine the production for wood with the production of non-wood forest products and better involve local populations in the management. And we heard that this has huge impact also with regard to the management of the forest, for example, control of wildfires. Last point is what I find tremendously important is awareness raising. How can we use opportunities to inform the public, to sensitize them on the products used, and that, for example, products like Baobab and so on have a positive impact. I think there we can just see how we can use opportunities from our side. At the global level, we always have the International Day on Forest, the 21st of March. The next one will be on forest and health. And I think this aspect of health, nutrition, that will be another opportunity to celebrate and to actually pass on the message. I think, again, Traffic and others do an excellent job to sensitize from the industry side, but we need to reach out also to the general public. And the last point is when I mentioned the capacity building, that we provide guidelines for new products or for traditional products, for example, edible insects. We heard Thailand, there's a huge production of edible insects, but information is missing. So I think that's again something where we from an international level can join with academia and the private sector to share and disseminate best practices. So I think a lot to do for all of us, and yeah, let's move ahead and promote a sustainable production and consumption. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for explaining much more over the limited discussion here. We learned a lot through this panel discussion. We have a very limited time, so I just want to check, is there any further question from floor? Yeah, if there's no more question, time is already passed, so let me stop today's panel discussion here. And please.
Thank you, Professor Lee, and the panelists and presenters for your constructive discussions. It was indeed a great opportunity for us to think about the role of the forest in enhancing food security, nutrition, and even contributing to the economy through certification and capacity building, marketing, as well as the awareness raising, which were already pointed out by lots of the discussant. Before we actually conclude this important symposium, I'd like to invite Mr. Tang Sheng-Yao, FAO representative of FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, for his concluding remarks. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Dear participants, It's a wonderful day. I've really enjoyed this international symposium. I also learned a lot from all the presentations and discussions. I must say, it's a big success of this international symposium for forest and food. Since I have the floor, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the presenters, discussants, for the wonderful work they have done. All the presentations are very informative and valuable. It's really a meaningful event for awareness raising of the role of forest in food security and nutrition. The discussions are to the point and insightful. It has given us a spectrum of good perspectives for the future of forest. We have also diversified and a range of forest stakeholders engaged in today's event, including government officers, academic researchers, international organizations, NGOs, and even the private sector. They represent a full picture of agri-forest partners. Since we are running behind schedule, I will make it short, but I really like to take this opportunity to share my feelings of today's international symposium. First, the role of forest in food security and nutrition cannot be overstated. Yesterday, I referred to the President Yi of COFP, saying that millions of years ago, mankind depended mainly from forest products. And it's said that forests are first and oldest supermarket by one presenter. As human beings migrate from forest to villages and cities, agriculture dominates and can almost feed the world population. No one can underestimate or underscore the importance of forests in food and agriculture, including in addressing the emerging challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation. I will not argue for it because it's very clear and evident that forests can play a great role. Forests can also provide diversified food for human beings for a wide range of sources and ingredients. For health reasons, forests can also provide therapy for people. As you have heard from one presenter the Chinese company is implementing a project for some herbs or whatsoever. Secondly, I'd like to share with you that we do have lots of good experience and practices in both developed and developing countries. Some countries have already got the forest strategic framework, regulations, policies, and even programs and projects. Like Mr. An from KFS mentioned, there are projects to support forest people in terms of grant and loan. So that will be very helpful in addressing the food security and nutrition. Thirdly, we know challenges. We also know solutions. But we might not know the full impact in the future. So I would like to remind all of us, we need to be rational, careful, and also we need to do it gradually. We need to evaluate impacts so that biodiversity, environment, and people can coexist and can have a good development of each other. Today we have a very good start, but I think it's not enough. We need to do more. FAO, particularly my office, the FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, would continue to seek your continuous support in addressing agri-food challenges, agri-forest challenges, so that we can work together for better solutions, and we can share with and also benefit developing countries, including states, small island developing countries, least developed countries, and landlocked developing countries for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. I take this opportunity to thank you all, physically present, and also those online. Thank you very much. If I may use one word I learned from Korea, only one word actually. I can say two words, but I want to say 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Tang, for your warm remarks. Dear participants, presenters, and panelists, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to you all for being here with us, either physically or virtually, for the entire day, to discuss the role of forest in enhancing food security. I hope today's symposium was a great opportunity to learn international trends, get new ideas, and plan new activities to address the emerging issues in the field. Also, I hope this is the beginning of our conversations to find lasting solutions for the emerging issues together as well. As mentioned by lots of presenters already, as this topic is very relevant to the work of FAO, FAO plans to conduct a series of follow-up activities in coming years to continue the discussion in collaboration with various partners, including Korean Society of Forest Science. I look forward to meeting you in upcoming events as well. With this, I'd like to conclude the event. Thank you again for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. 감사합니다.
하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋 테스팅 하나 둘 테스팅 하나 둘 테스팅 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘